Good morning. I will ask the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter. Good morning to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to get started?
I am. Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
I will take that. Was that a yes? You cut in about halfway through.
Yes.
Great. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Good morning. All right, I'll get started with introductions and then we will proceed from there. Good morning. It's February 23rd, 2026, and I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water rate permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of the recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We have Ms. Mullen with us again today, and she will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides for presentations. If you are a witness today, you may simply ask Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide when you're ready during your presentation, and attorneys may ask Ms. Mullen directly to bring up particular exhibits. We will follow our usual schedule of taking breaks and having a hard stop at 5 p.m. I did want to mention, in terms of procedural items, I did just briefly want to mention that we are working on getting up the time tracker spreadsheet that we've had in the past so that all of you could be aware of the time that we are recording as against your total time allotments. That should be available tomorrow. We just had to kind of re-up it, so to speak, for the rebuttal portion. We also will have the video and transcript move over to the FTP site shortly. So you will be seeing all of those things. I don't have other procedural items since we just met on Friday. My understanding of where we are, and I will look to the room in a moment, but my understanding of where we are is that we would be picking up with Dr. Hatch first thing this morning, and then we will see how far we get, but we will not be hearing from the next panel until at least after lunch, which I think is probably a safe bet in either case. Let me look to the room. Are there any procedural items we should address before we get started? If we can please elevate Ms. Meserve. Good morning, Ms. Meserve. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Good morning, Ocean Reserve for Contra Costa County and others. Just wanted to mention, and I'm sure it will get described as we get into Dr. Hatch's testimony, but just as we were closing out on Friday, DWR submitted to the FTP site 2 exhibits pertaining to Dr. Hatch's testimony, a report that he wrote, as well as his PowerPoint. So there's DWR 1020R and DWR 1016R. And those were uploaded to the FTP site. And subsequently, I emailed Ms. Morris and asked her to please make those documents available. So I guess I would just ask, and I think, I think I'm willing to abide by as well, is that if we do have revised exhibits that have to do with a witness who is testifying, those should be circulated to the entire service list in addition to being uploaded to the FTP site, because as we know, I didn't get a chance to check this morning, but I don't know if they're available yet on the FTP site for everybody. But since water board staff, may not have a chance to get those into position, prior to us meeting to rely on them. So especially when we have a witness coming up for cross, it just, it's important that those be made available. And I appreciate that Ms. Morris did send them out, but it was only because I requested them that happened, so I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve, and I will put that out as a general, it sounds like this was, remedied, but as a general request, as you know, it's our team here, we try to be on top of moving over exhibits as soon as possible. It sometimes is a little difficult when we are running a hearing until 5 p.m. and then I think the jet and leave our computers, at least for the moment. So I would ask as a courtesy, I know sometimes files are larger, but as a courtesy, if they are emailable, to please share the files to the service list when those are circulated, especially if it's something like this where it's an overnight kind of short notice. And that will assist the hearing team and assist everybody in this proceeding. So I think that seems fair. So thank you, Ms. Meserve. If we can please elevate Ms. Carroll, I see your hand. Good morning, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning, Ann Carroll for
Okay,
DWR. And
there we are. Now I can hear you.
coming through? Okay. Today I'm using the headset, so it's a little different than Friday. Yes, no, we had sent those prior to 5 p.m., so made the assumption that they could be moved to the FTP. But going forward, we can send them to the service list. But as you noted, there are some files that will be too large to send via email. And so in those instances, we will have to rely on the FTP site.
Understood, and thank you for that. This is just an attempt for us to cover all of our bases going forward, and of course the hearing team will try to check that. We are, as you've probably gathered, we are a lean team here. So if we're in front of the hearing, here we are all on top of the hearing and not necessarily doing all the other things. But I appreciate that. We will also try to stay on top of that, especially before the weekends. Thank you, and thank you for all of your cooperation in working together on those kinds of things. Are there other procedural items we should address? All right, I have Ms. Carroll. I assume we will need, maybe not, I don't see Ms. Morris. You need to be elevated. Yes, you're here. If we can please elevate Ms. Morris, and we will need Dr. Hatch.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris for
Good
the
morning, Ms.
Department of
Morris.
Water Resources. Oh, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Now we can hear you, yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
And good morning, Dr. Hatch. You're welcome to come off mute and we can check your audio, and I can see your video, so that's working. Good morning. You're quiet. Can we do another mic check?
Can you hear me better now?
A little bit better, yes. We'll try to stay on top of that. Is there anyone else who needs to be elevated before we get started with Dr. Hatch's summary of testimony? Mr. Krieger, if we can please elevate Mr. Krieger. Good morning, Mr. Krieger. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Thank you. Looking through the room, I see no more hands, so we'll go ahead and get started. Dr. Hatch, I will start by administering the oath and then we'll get started. If you would please raise your right hand. Dr. Hatch, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And with that, it looks like I turn to you, Ms. Carroll.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Dr. Hatch. Glad to have you back with us.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
And as I said, having you back, have you previously testified in this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Is DWR 1002 a true and correct copy of your CV that you previously submitted?
It is.
And do you have any updates to that CV?
I do not.
Okay. Is DWR 1015 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to that at this time?
I do not.
Are DWR 1017 through DWR 1035, which includes the revised 1020R, true and correct copies of exhibits you relied upon to support your testimony?
Yes, they are.
And do you have any additional corrections at this time?
Nope, no additional corrections.
Is DWR 1016R a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint summarizing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you have any additional corrections at this time?
No additional corrections, but I'll list off the changes for everybody to hear. So slide 3 in opinion 1, the Delta groundwater model, or Delta GW, was updated to read Delta groundwater model. So I added model. In opinions 2 and 3, the sub-bullets in bullet 3 or opinion 3 were moved to sub-bullets under opinion 2 to be consistent with my written testimony in DWR 1015. Opinion 3 was then revised to be consistent with my written testimony as well. In slide 4, opinion number 5, the text was updated to remove within. So it reads, analytical calculations show the capture zone fits between the intakes. In opinion 7, I use consistent sub-bulleting, so the lettering instead of the numbering with the written testimony in DWR 1015. And then in opinion 9, I remove the word by at the end of the opinion. Slide 16, the first bullet was updated to remove the word encompasses. Slide 22, this title in the slide was cut off in the original PowerPoint due to large font, so the font was reduced to display the entire title. In slide 33, the equation was corrected, and that's consistent with DWR 1020R, based on the equation from Puhides et al. 2012. The result of that equation was correct, but the equation was incompletely shown and updated to include the correct case within that multi-part equation and then the input data to show the correct result. Slide 71 and 72, which are also opinion summary slides, those were updated to be consistent with slides 3 and 4 and DWR 1015.
Thank you, Dr. Hatch. And with that, Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up DWR 1016R? And Dr. Hatch, when you're ready, could you please summarize your testimony?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Tyler Hatch, and I'm a principal engineer with Intera Incorporated. I previously provided testimony in this proceeding, and I'm presenting rebuttal testimony today for the petition to change the point of diversion for the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. I want to emphasize that the opinions I provided in my testimony during the case in chief have not changed as a result of testimony by protesting party experts. The purpose of this testimony is to provide testimony by Dr. Mell, is to respond to testimony by Dr. Mell and Dr. Folia. Their testimony indicates impacts may occur from the Delta Conveyance project, so I'm providing additional analyses to support my opinions. Next slide, please. The opinions provided in my original testimony, DWR 1000, have not changed due to testimony provided by Sacramento County Water Agency or Sacramento Area Sewer District related to potential impacts from construction or operation of the Delta Conveyance project. While I do not believe additional analyses are necessary to support those opinions, I conducted some additional analyses to help clarify those opinions and support my responses to opinions provided by Dr. Mell and Dr. Folia. A summary of my opinions are as follows. Opinion 1. Impact groundwater number 2 in the Delta Conveyance project final environmental impact report does not unrealistically limit impacts by averaging results over the top 3 layers of the Delta groundwater model, because each of the top 3 layers show consistent results. Opinion 2. The Delta Conveyance project does not result in significant reductions in recharge along the Sacramento River or Consumptus River that will affect the South American subbasin or harvest water. Changes in stream aquifer interaction due to the Delta Conveyance project along the South American subbasin are small, with an average change of 1.24% and a maximum single-year change in stream aquifer interaction of 3.6%. Both are less than the 5% threshold of significance for groundwater impact groundwater number 1 defined in the final environmental impact report. Changes in median stream flow during October to December due to the Delta Conveyance project along the South American subbasin are 5%, which is less than the 10% change identified in the South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan as significant and unreasonable. Changes in stream aquifer interaction due to the Delta Conveyance project along the Cosumnes River are negligible. The South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan recognizes that significant and unreasonable depletions of interconnected surface water, as defined in the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and the GSP or Groundwater Sustainability Plan regulations, are related to groundwater pumping. The Delta Conveyance project does not pump groundwater during operations, so no significant and unreasonable depletion of interconnected surface water can occur. In comparison of stream recharge to groundwater from the COSANA model or Cosumnes South American North American model to results for changes in stream aquifer interaction in the final environmental impact report using the Delta groundwater model are not consistent. Opinion 3. Analysis of changes in groundwater levels due to the Delta Conveyance project mapped onto representative monitoring points in the South American Subbasin show no exceedances of minimum thresholds that will affect sustainable management of the subbasin. Next slide, please. Opinion 4. The barrier effect created by the Delta Conveyance project tunnel is minimal and does not significantly change the regional groundwater gradient between the Sacramento River and the South American Subbasin or Harvest Water Program area. Opinion 5. The Delta Conveyance project is unlikely to adversely affect water supply at the Hood well since the zone of capture is from the Sacramento River and analytical calculations show the capture zone fits between the intakes. Opinion 6. The Delta Conveyance project is unlikely to adversely affect water quality at the Hood well despite its proximity to the Delta Conveyance project tunnel, since the tunnel construction will remove all disturbed sediment that may contain geogenic contamination, for example, manganese. Opinion 7. The Delta Conveyance project is unlikely to adversely affect Harvest Water's ability to meet its program goals to raise groundwater to within 10 feet of the ground surface or shallower, because it's unclear what benefits to groundwater can be claimed by Harvest Water at the Twin Cities complex, since the land proposed for the Twin Cities complex is surface water irrigated, Dearson Ranch. The Twin Cities complex does not provide substantial recharge from irrigation based on site-specific evapotranspiration estimates and soils information, and the Harvest Water program itself will reduce stream aquifer interaction by raising groundwater levels in the program area. Raising groundwater levels in the program area will reduce the gradient between the Sacramento River and the program area. This reduction in stream aquifer interaction would be larger than the changes in stream aquifer interaction from the Delta Conveyance project. Opinion 8. Mitigation measure groundwater number 1 recognizes injection wells may not be feasible in some cases and provides a variety of options to mitigate for lost water supply. Opinion 9. Mitigation measure groundwater number 1 already includes an expanded well inventory during the design phase or pre-construction. Analysis of available information provided in my testimony can serve as a starting point for that well inventory, but requires access agreements to do what is suggested. Opinion 10. Permanent reusable tunnel material storage does not include a liner and is not expected to reduce the ability for precipitation to recharge on site based on the native soil conditions. Next slide, please. First, I'm going to talk about impact groundwater number 2 from the Delta Conveyance project final environmental impact report. As stated before, my opinions related to impact groundwater number 2 from the final environmental impact report have not changed. While I don't believe additional analysis was necessary to show an absence of impacts, I'm providing the additional information to respond directly to statements made by Dr. Folia and Dr. Mel. Next slide, please. This slide provides a summary of the approach used in the final environmental impact report for impact groundwater number 2, changes in groundwater elevations, and presented in my testimony, DWR 1000, and again in my rebuttal testimony, DWR 1115. Changes in groundwater elevations were calculated based on simulated groundwater levels in the Delta groundwater model. changes were calculated as differences between the baseline and with Delta Conveyance project simulations, and were evaluated across the top 3 layers of the Delta groundwater model at every model node and used to develop exceedance frequency statistics. Changes in groundwater elevations are considered substantial when they exceed 5 feet more than 5% of the time at any single model node. Next slide, please. Both Dr. Folia and Dr. Mel critiqued my analysis of changes in groundwater levels as limiting or not providing sufficient information to determine if impacts occur due to averaging across model layers. While I disagree that the analysis I presented previously is insufficient or limiting, I re-extracted results from the Delta groundwater model for each layer separately and summarized the results in an equivalent manner by layer to demonstrate that no impacts occur related to groundwater changes in groundwater elevations. Next slide, please. First, I want to show the results as presented in the final environmental impact report. The table shown here is reproduced from table 8B-19 in the final environmental impact report. The important part to notice is that the bottom right cell represents the condition defined as an impact, where changes in groundwater levels due to the Delta Conveyance project are greater than 5 feet for more than 5% of the time. As you can see, there are 0 nodes in the entire Delta groundwater model that exceed 5 feet for 5% of the time. Next slide, please. Now I am showing the results for model layer 1 in isolation. This table and the ones for model layers 2 and 3 in the next couple slides are also provided in DWR 1017. As you can see, there is a similar pattern to the results and 0 nodes with changes in groundwater elevation due to the Delta Conveyance project greater than 5 feet for 5% of the time. Next slide, please. Similar results can be seen for model layer 2. Like model layer 1, there are 0 nodes with changes in groundwater elevations greater than 5 feet for more than 5% of the time. Next slide, please. Similar results again can be seen for model layer 3. Like model layers 1 and 2, there are 0 nodes with changes in groundwater elevations greater than 5 feet for more than 5% of the time. Next slide, please. Results for individual layers in the Delta groundwater model are consistent with the results provided when averaging across the top 3 model layers. The analysis clearly shows results in the final environmental impact report were appropriately averaged and do not unrealistically limit impacts in the Delta groundwater model results. The Delta groundwater model does not show substantial changes in groundwater elevations due to the Delta Conveyance project using the definition in the Delta Conveyance project final environmental impact report if groundwater levels change by more than 5 feet for more than 5% of the time. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to talk about changes in stream aquifer interaction and recharge. This is related to impact groundwater number 1 in the final environmental impact report. Next slide, please. The final environmental impact report identifies 3 main interconnected stream reaches in the Delta that are represented in the Delta groundwater model. I want to focus on the Sacramento River from the confluence of the American River to the confluence with the San Joaquin River, since it showed the largest differences between the baseline and with Delta Conveyance project simulations. Based on my analysis and consistent with the final environmental impact report, changes in stream gains or losses are considered substantial if the annual increase in stream losses to the groundwater system or annual decrease in stream gains from the groundwater system would be more than 5% of average annual stream aquifer interaction under baseline conditions. The table shows reductions in stream recharge to groundwater of up to 1.53% and a reduction of stream recharge to groundwater of 0.52% on average, which are both less than the 5% change in stream gains or losses. Next slide, please. Dr. Folia and Dr. Mel critiqued my analysis of changes in stream aquifer interaction due to the Delta Conveyance project operations, saying the analysis needs a more localized and refined analysis in space and time to demonstrate impacts are not occurring. While I disagree that additional analysis is necessary to demonstrate a lack of impacts, I performed a more localized analysis of changes in stream aquifer interaction to further demonstrate that no impacts occur. Next slide, please. For the localized analysis, I looked specifically at the Sacramento River from the confluence with the American River to the confluence, to the Delta Cross Channel. This coincides with the western boundary of the South American subbasin and is near the Harvest Water Program area. I used the stream node budget from the Delta Groundwater model to extract stream aquifer interactions from both the baseline and with Delta Conveyance project simulations. I looked at net changes in stream aquifer interaction for both water year and 6-month periods. This provides a consistent analysis refined in both space and time, and a detailed description of the analysis is provided in DWR 1018. Next slide, please. The changes in stream aquifer interaction are tabulated in the format presented in the final environmental impact report. The minimum difference shows the largest single water year or 6-month period reduction in stream recharge to groundwater due to Delta Conveyance project operations. The mean difference also shows a reduction in stream recharge to groundwater due to Delta Conveyance project operations. In both water year and 6-month periods, the changes in stream aquifer interaction are less than the 5% threshold of significance defined in the final environmental impact report. This is important because the refinements to the analysis in both space and time both show no impacts to the Delta Conveyance due to the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. To answer Dr. Folia's question, if changes in river flow and stage are within the operational flexibility of the interconnected surface water system, as defined by the South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan, I reviewed how the South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan defines an undesirable result for interconnected surface water. The undesirable result is defined as a decrease in reach length of an interconnected surface water exceeding 5%, or a decrease in the 50th percentile October to December stream flow by greater than 10% of historical conditions. It is important to note the latter is a change in stream flow, not stream aquifer interaction in this case. So it is a different criteria from what is presented in the Delta Conveyance Project Final Environmental Impact Report. The Sacramento River interconnected surface water reach length is the full length of the Sacramento River along the South American subbasin. The Sacramento River is not at risk of becoming disconnected due to the Delta Conveyance project, which would reduce the interconnected surface water reach length. So there is a 0% decrease in interconnected surface water reach length along the Sacramento River. This is less than the 5% defined in the Groundwater Sustainability Plan. Using average stream flow for all the stream nodes in the Delta Groundwater model along the South American subbasin during October through December, I calculated the median flow for baseline and with Delta Conveyance project simulations. The reduction in stream flow due to the Delta Conveyance project operations is 5%, which is less than the 10% defined as significant and unreasonable in the Groundwater Sustainability Plan. As a result, changes in river flow and stage are within the operational flexibility of the interconnected surface water system. Next slide, please. The South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan identifies the Cosumnes River as a priority interconnected surface water. As a result, I reviewed the changes in stream aquifer interaction due to the Delta Conveyance project along the Cosumnes River based on results from the Delta Groundwater model. Based on the results, changes in stream aquifer interaction are negligible on the Cosumnes River due to the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. Since the focus of criticism by Dr. Mell and Dr. Folia is related to the potential reductions in groundwater recharge from the Sacramento River to the South American Subbasin and Harvest Water Program area, I thought it important to point out that Harvest Water's plans to raise groundwater levels to within 10 feet of the ground surface or higher will also cause a reduction in stream recharge to groundwater in the South American subbasin. As an example, I looked at the most recent measurement at representative monitoring point number 7 in the South American subbasin. Based on the spring 2025 measurement, groundwater levels need to be raised by approximately 7.5 feet to be within 10 feet of land surface. The groundwater gradient driving stream recharge is dependent on both the Sacramento River stage and groundwater levels. The maximum reduction in stage due to the Delta Conveyance project is 0.5 feet, as shown in Mr. Singh's testimony, DWR 100 on page 13, and occurs during the 10th to 20th percentile flows. Regardless, raising groundwater levels by 7.5 feet will reduce the groundwater gradient more than lowering the Sacramento River stage by 0.5 feet. And a smaller groundwater gradient means less recharge from the Sacramento River to the South American subbasin. Next slide, please. I also wanted to touch on an inconsistent comparison used by Dr. Folia to show reductions in stream recharge are close to the level of significance for changes in stream aquifer interaction. In her testimony, she indicates 38,600 acre-feet per year of recharge occurs from the Sacramento River to the South American subbasin, and compares that number to the 1,556 acre-feet per year average reduction in Sacramento River recharge to groundwater. It's important to understand these two numbers are not an apples to apples comparison. First, the 1,556 acre-feet per year average reduction in Sacramento River recharge to groundwater and the 38,600 acre-feet per year are from different lengths along the Sacramento River. The 1,556 acre-feet per year is for the reach extending from the confluence of the American River to the confluence with the San Joaquin River, whereas the 38,600 acre-feet per year is limited to the confluence of the American River to the Delta Cross Channel. In addition, the Casumna South American North American model uses the Sacramento River for its western boundary. Doing so presents a conceptual limitation in the interpretation of stream aquifer interaction along that boundary, because the Casumna South American North American model wouldn't be able to represent total recharge from the Sacramento River on both sides of the river. Next slide, please. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, the Groundwater Sustainability Plan regulations, and the South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan are all clear that significant and unreasonable adverse impacts related to depletion of interconnected surface water are related to groundwater use or pumping. Since the Delta Conveyance project pumps no groundwater during project operations, there is no depletion of interconnected surface water occurring that could cause undesirable results. Next slide, please. My conclusions that the Delta Conveyance project will not cause impacts related to changes in stream aquifer interactions have not changed due to the opinions by other experts, and my refined analysis further supports my conclusions. Changes in stream aquifer interaction are less than significant along the western boundary of the South American subbasin and Harvest Water Program area. Changes in median October through December stream flow due to the Delta Conveyance project are less than what is defined as significant and unreasonable in the South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. Sustainable Groundwater Management Act undesirable results related to depletion of interconnected surface water are related to groundwater pumping, so the Delta Conveyance project cannot cause significant and unreasonable adverse impacts when the project does not pump groundwater during operations. Simulated stream aquifer interaction along the Sacramento River using results from the Casumna South American North American model and results for the Delta groundwater model are not comparable. Next slide, please. Next, I'm going to discuss another criticism of the approach used to evaluate impacts related to changes in groundwater levels from the Delta Conveyance project and its relationship to the South American Subbasin Sustainable Management Criteria for chronic lowering of groundwater levels. Details of this comparison are provided in DWR 1019. Next slide, please. Impacts related to changes in groundwater levels are defined as a magnitude of change and a duration in the Delta Conveyance Project Final Environmental Impact Report. The analysis was conducted using results from the Delta Groundwater Model. Next slide, please. Dr. Folia criticized my analysis for using the magnitude of change in groundwater levels rather than absolute changes, saying that impacts to beneficial users are dependent on both baseline conditions and access to groundwater. My opinions based on a magnitude of change in groundwater levels have not changed because the analysis of potential impacts is comparative in nature, so a magnitude of change is appropriate. However, I further analyzed the potential for impacts by looking specifically at the minimum thresholds at nearby representative monitoring points defined in the South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. Next slide, please. For the analysis of changes in groundwater levels at the representative monitoring points in the South American Subbasin, I looked at those representative monitoring points within 5 miles of the proposed Delta Conveyance project. These representative monitoring points can be seen on the map in pink. I used groundwater level changes from the Delta Groundwater Model at the Delta Groundwater Model nodes nearest to each of the representative monitoring points. Next slide, please. The changes in groundwater elevations at each of the representative monitoring points are shown in the table by model layer. For conservatism, I looked at the maximum change in groundwater elevation due to the Delta Conveyance project across the top 4 model layers. The maximum change of 0.85 feet was seen at representative monitoring point 7 in model layer 1. Next slide, please. For the analysis, I applied the 0.85 foot maximum change to all data points available for representative monitoring point 07. Focusing on the last 10 years, you can see there are a couple times when the adjusted groundwater level falls below the minimum threshold, but rebounds by the next measurement. Putting this in context, the South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan defines undesirable results for chronic lowering of groundwater levels when more than 25% of representative monitoring wells fall below their minimum thresholds for 3 consecutive years. As a result, this change is not anticipated to hinder the South American Subbasin's ability to sustainably manage the basin. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to discuss analysis and conclusions related to the Delta Conveyance project as a barrier to groundwater flow. My previous analysis using the Delta Groundwater Model already included modifications to the aquifer properties in model layer 3 to account for the barrier effect of the tunnel. I also conducted additional analysis using analytical modeling to look at the barrier effect of the tunnel. Details of this analysis are provided in DWR 1020R. Next slide, please. Dr. Mel testified the tunnel itself will act as a barrier to flow between the river and the aquifer and references Pujides et al. 2012 as support. He did not provide any calculations to show the barrier effect. While the analysis conducted using the Delta Groundwater Model already accounts for the barrier effect of the tunnel, I conducted additional analysis in DWR 1020R to further verify the Delta Groundwater Model's representation of the tunnel. Next slide, please. I started by reviewing Pujides et al. 2012, provided as DWR 1021 to better understand the assumptions built into the analytical calculations for the barrier effect of a tunnel. The key assumption of Pujides et al. 2012 is that flow through the aquifer remains unchanged. This is important because it means the equations only affect groundwater levels around the tunnel and do not influence total recharge or the volume of groundwater that moves from one side of the tunnel to the other, which is a key concern of the opposing parties. Pujides et al. 2012 illustrates 4 different types of barriers. None of these cases are consistent with the Delta Conveyance project tunnel. The closest is a partial barrier, which assumes the tunnel will either provide a barrier from the ground surface to the bottom of the tunnel or from the bottom of the aquifer to the top of the tunnel. Neither of these conditions are true because groundwater can flow around the tunnel both above and below. Next slide, please. Despite the cases represented by Puhides et al. 2012 not matching with the Delta Conveyance project due to the tunnel not extending all the way to the land surface or blocking the aquifer beneath the tunnel, the analytical relationships provide a conservative estimate of change in groundwater elevation across the tunnel. Using the relationship for a partial barrier and local information, I calculated a local head loss or change in groundwater level across the tunnel of approximately 0.6 feet. Next slide, please. As part of my review of Puhides et al. 2012, I came across a paper by Marinos and Cavadas from 1997, provided as DWR 1023, where they look at a case where the tunnel is located beneath the water table. This scenario is more consistent with the Delta Conveyance Project tunnel because the top of the tunnel is planned to be 100 feet or more below ground surface, and the water table is shallower with a maximum depth to water at representative monitoring point 7 of 36 feet below ground surface. The magnitude of water table rise depends on the size of the tunnel, its depth below the original water table, and the hydraulic gradient in the direction perpendicular to the tunnel. Next slide, please. Using the analytical relationship developed by Marinos and Cavadas for a submerged tunnel, I calculated a change in head or groundwater levels across the tunnel of 0.04 feet. 0.04 feet is a negligible change in groundwater head across the tunnel. Next slide, please. Based on the analytical estimates of the tunnel barrier effect, the Delta Conveyance project does not cause a substantial barrier to groundwater flow, as shown by the small values for head loss from one side of the tunnel to the other. Using the method by Puhides et al. 2012, the local barrier effect is only 0.6 feet. This is a conservative estimate based on the assumptions in the analytical relationship, only considering the aquifer space above the tunnel and not below. Using the method by Marinos and Cavadas, 1997, the head loss is even smaller at 0.04 feet. This approach matches more closely with the Delta Conveyance Project tunnel. Regardless, both of these estimates represent small changes in groundwater levels from one side of the tunnel to the other and would not affect recharge from the river to the aquifer. They are also consistent with the changes in groundwater levels calculated by the Delta groundwater model. Next slide, please. Next, I'm going to discuss the analysis I'm using to further support my opinions of no impacts to supply wells. This analysis focused on evaluating potential impacts from the Delta Conveyance project on the Hood well in response to testimony by Dr. Folia. The detailed analysis is also provided in DWR 1020R. Next slide, please. Dr. Folia testified that local analysis was needed to assess potential impacts to the town of Hood's water supply well. The Hood well was included in the impacts analysis for impact groundwater number 3 in the final environmental impact report for changes in groundwater levels affecting supply wells. However, I took a closer look at the Hood well to better understand the potential impacts related to water supply and water quality from the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. For context, the Delta Conveyance project tunnel at Hood Franklin Road is designed at 102 feet below ground surface, and the bottom of the tunnel is 141 feet below ground surface. My understanding is that the main production well for the town of Hood is well W25, which has a screened interval from 125 feet to 140 feet below ground surface, and a gravel pack from the well extends from 100 feet to 160 feet below ground surface. Based on design documents, the Hood W25 well has a maximum capacity of 175 gallons per minute. And based on the urban water management plan, is typically operated at an average annual rate of 55 gallons per minute. Next slide, please. This slide shows a schematic where the Delta Conveyance Project tunnel would be located compared to the hood well W25 along its screen with its screened interval and gravel pack. It's important to notice that while the screen interval does occur at a similar depth to the tunnel, the gravel pack extends well below the tunnel. Visually, you can see that a flow path coming from east of the tunnel would not be substantially altered by the tunnel itself. It's important to remember that water has the ability to enter the well screen from all sides. Next slide, please. To understand how the tunnel may affect water supply at the Hood W25 well, it was necessary to understand where water comes from that is pumped through the well. For this, I used an analytical approach called image well analysis to help visualize the capture zone of the Hood W25 well. The Hood W25 well is located close to the Sacramento River, and the Sacramento River provides a consistent source of recharge to the aquifer. So I used the case shown on the right to represent the pumping well and a recharge source. And the figure is from Friesen Cherry 1979, which is provided as DWR 1022. Next slide, please. Two scenarios were used to represent the flow field and capture zone of the Hood W25 well. The first was at 55 gallons per minute, which is the average annual operating rate. And the second was at 175 gallons per minute, which is the maximum operating rate. As you can see on the figures, the thicker blue line represents the capture zone of the well. In both cases, all water coming to the well is from the Sacramento River. At the average annual operating rate, the capture zone fits well within the distance between the intakes. At the maximum operating rate, the capture zone is larger. However, the length of the river the well would pull from may shift slightly if the intakes were constructed. However, this shift is unlikely to affect pumping capacity of the well since water can flow around the intakes on both the north and the south. Next slide, please. The other concern raised by Dr. Folia regarding the Hood well is that it could be subject to geogenic contamination due to the proximity to the tunnel. However, the tunnel boring machine uses an earth pressure balance technique, which balances the pressure inside the excavation with the surrounding subsurface, which would limit gradients. In addition, the excavated soil is collected and removed, leaving the surrounding soil undisturbed. As a result, geogenic contamination at the Hood well, despite its proximity, is unlikely. Next slide, please. The analytical calculations indicate that water produced by the Hood well originates from the Sacramento River, and since the Hood well is between the Sacramento River and the tunnel, impacts are unlikely. The area along the Sacramento River where the well gets water under normal operating conditions fits within the proposed intakes, and pumping at its maximum capacity, when that occurs, the area along the Sacramento River where the well gets its water is larger. But in this case, the intakes may influence the shape of the area of influence slightly. However, visual inspection of the results indicates the gap between the intakes would be sufficient to expect minimal effects to well capacity. Next slide, please. As you can see from the map on the left, the distance between the intakes is approximately 8,377 feet when looking at the map. This includes some temporary work area, so the actual distance between the permanent intake walls would be much larger. In addition, since the tunnel does not act as a barrier to groundwater flow, as shown earlier, water could come around from the north side of the intake and make it to the Hood well. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to talk about the Twin Cities complex and estimates of recharge on site. Next slide, please. Dr. Mell testified that the Delta Conveyance project construction and reusable tunnel material storage at the Twin Cities complex will impact the harvest water program by reducing groundwater recharge on site. In response, I'm providing opinions and supporting analysis showing that the development of the Twin Cities complex for the Delta Conveyance project is unlikely to impact the harvest water program. The details of this analysis are provided in DWR 1028. Next slide, please. The Twin Cities complex under the proposed project is 586 acres during construction and 222 acres permanently. Of this, approximately 204 acres is for long-term reusable tunnel material storage. Dr. Mell's calculations in SASD 6C estimate 1,924 acre-feet per year change in water delivery and 154 acre-feet per year change in recharge by creating the Twin Cities complex. Next slide, please. The Twin Cities complex coincides with pasture land that is part of Deerson Ranch. Mr. Martin testified there is an extensive surface water irrigation and drainage system on site. The need for a drainage system is an indicator that water does not readily recharge on site. And this is important for understanding how much recharge may be affected by the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. Based on publicly available land use data from the Department of Water Resources and Mr. Martin's testimony, the location that makes up the Twin Cities complex is surface water irrigated. This is important because the harvest water program primarily benefits from being an in lieu recharge program, which gives it credit for reducing groundwater pumping by providing recycled water. Since the Twin Cities complex is surface water irrigated, replacing that water with recycled water provides no net benefit to groundwater. Whatever the recharge was before changing water source will be the same as after, but neither source was groundwater, so there's no change. Next slide, please. Still, looking at Dr. Mell's opinion, taking ag out of production or stopping irrigation of the land for construction of the Twin Cities complex could reduce recharge locally. Dr. Mell provides a calculation that, if accurate, shows only 154 acre-feet per year, which is only 0.5% of the harvest water recharge benefit. However, Dr. Mell's calculations may overestimate recharge benefits of the Twin Cities complex by not using available site-specific information. Next slide, please. Dr. Mell uses a value of 3.75 acre-feet per acre based on an average from UC ANR number 21628, page 38. Based on publicly available data from OpenET for the last 6 years, we can see that consumptive demand as measured by evapotranspiration was much less at a maximum of 3.05 acre-feet per acre on site. This is an 18% reduction by using site-specific values. Next slide, please. Dr. Mell uses a value of 15% of applied water as runoff and cites Bali et al. 2001, which is a study in the Imperial Valley for the Imperial Irrigation District, provided as DWR 1030. It is important to note the 15% comes from the midpoint of the range of a few percent to 30% based on a district-wide study at Imperial Irrigation District, which is 448,000 acres in size in the Southern California desert, and could have very different soil types across that many acres. Again, this does not provide site-specific information to rely on for the Twin Cities complex. Next slide, please. To get a better idea of the recharge potential and runoff potential at the Twin Cities complex, I reviewed the United States Department of Agriculture Natural Resources Conservation Service Soil Survey Database, or SURGO. Looking at the Twin Cities complex, much of the area is defined as Gault clay, San Joaquin silt, and San Joaquin Gault complex. Silts and clays have lower permeability and lead to more runoff than sandy soils. Each of the soils on site was also classified by a soil hydrologic group. Group C and D have the highest runoff potential, i.e. the lowest recharge potential. This is shown on the map on the right. As you can see, most of the area is classified as soil hydrologic group D in red. Next slide, please. I also reviewed the Soil Agricultural Groundwater Banking Index from UC Davis from Ogene et al. 2015, provided as DWR 1031. The Twin Cities complex is classified as having very poor recharge suitability, except for a small area that is unclassified. Very poor recharge suitability is the lowest category. Next slide, please. Using the same irrigation efficiency as Dr. Mell, with the refined estimates of consumptive demand from OpenET and incorporating the soils information from the Surgo database, I estimate that recharge due to the irrigation at the Twin Cities complex is much less than Dr. Mell's estimate at approximately 47 acre-feet per year. Next slide, please. Excuse me. Since the primary benefit to groundwater from harvest water is by replacing irrigation by groundwater pumping with recycled water, the Twin Cities complex provides no benefit because it already is surface water irrigated. If pasture is taken out of production for the Twin Cities complex, the net change in groundwater recharge is very small because the soils on site are not conducive to recharge. There is a small change of recharge of only 0.5% when compared to the total recycled water delivery by harvest water by Dr. Mell's calculations. And there's a change in recharge of only 0.1% when using site-specific information. Both of these estimates are negligible and won't affect harvest water's ability to meet its program goals. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to discuss mitigation measures. Next slide, please. Dr. Folia and Ms. Schmitz both testified that the mitigation measures proposed by the Delta Conveyance project were inadequate and should include a more immediate proactive approach and well owner outreach. Consistent with my previous testimony, mitigation measure groundwater number 1 already provides extensive support and outreach for unanticipated losses of water supply due to the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. On this slide, I am reproducing language from the final environmental impact report describing mitigation measure groundwater number 1. This language clearly shows a proactive mitigation approach, and that outreach will occur for potentially affected wells since these steps will be conducted prior to construction. Next slide, please. On this slide, additional language is reproduced from the final environmental impact report for mitigation measure groundwater number 1. And this language clearly shows there are other options for mitigation besides injection wells if injection wells are not feasible. Next slide, please. For mitigation measure groundwater number 1, well inventory and outreach are already planned during the design phase pre-construction, and until access agreements are in place, this inventory and assessment cannot be completed. Mitigation measure groundwater number 1 also provides multiple options for impacts during construction based on what is feasible at the particular well. Next slide, please. Mitigation measure groundwater number 1 indicates a well inventory will be conducted. I will now discuss some initial steps taken to review nearby wells in response to Dr. Folia's testimony. A table of wells is provided in DWR 1032 and a map in DWR 1033. Next slide, please. As part of Dr. Folia's testimony, she provided a table of wells nearby the Delta Conveyance project alignment and discussed the need for a detailed well inventory. Next slide, please. For the initial well inventory, I used publicly available data from the Department of Water Resources within 1 mile of the intakes and tunnel alignment. The analysis identified 33 domestic wells and 4 public supply wells. Available information was used to improve location accuracy. There were only 5 wells out of the 37. Those 5 wells are shown in black on the map, where location accuracy wasn't better than centroid of section or couldn't be improved to better than centroid of section based on available information. Wells haloed in red are ones with a depth near the top of the tunnel or deeper. Well location accuracy improvements can be used to inform which wells would need nearby monitoring for mitigation measure groundwater number 1. Wells far from the intakes and not immediately in the tunnel alignment are unlikely to be affected based on the other analyses I presented earlier. Next slide, please. Mitigation measure groundwater number 1 includes a well inventory to determine monitoring needs existing and new around the intakes. The review of nearby wells presented here can be used as a starting point when pre-construction activities begin. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to transition and talk about reusable tunnel material storage. Next slide, please. Dr. Mell indicated the presence of a liner for reusable tunnel material storage that would permanently reduce recharge. I want to now clarify how reusable tunnel material is stored. Next slide, please. The reusable tunnel material fact sheet from the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority provides a description of the reusable tunnel material handling and storage process. This is provided as DWR 1034. Reusable tunnel material is stored temporarily in concrete-lined holding bays for profiling and testing to determine if the soil is contaminated. If contaminated, the reusable tunnel material will be taken to an appropriate qualified facility per regional water quality control board or department toxic substances control requirements. Non-hazardous reusable tunnel material is then moved from the holding bays to long-term stockpiles and dried for storage and reuse as fill material at nearby projects. Next slide, please. Long-term storage of reusable tunnel material does not use a liner. The liner is only used to prevent recharge during testing to make sure the soil is not contaminated. Based on my analysis of the Twin Cities complex soils, the long-term reusable tunnel material will not substantially reduce precipitation-based recharge on site because the native soil conditions already have a low recharge potential. Next slide, please. I will now conclude by summarizing my opinions. Opinion number 1, impact groundwater number 2 in the Delta Conveyance Project Final Environmental Impact Report does not unrealistically limit impacts by averaging results over the top 3 layers in the Delta groundwater model because each of the top 3 layers show consistent results. Opinion 2, the Delta Conveyance Project does not result in significant reductions in recharge along the Sacramento River that will affect the South American subbasin or harvest water. Opinion 3, analysis of changes in groundwater levels due to the Delta Conveyance Project mapped onto the South American subbasin representative monitoring points shows no exceedances of minimum thresholds. Next slide, please. The barrier effect created by the Delta Conveyance Project tunnel is minimal and does not significantly change the regional groundwater gradient between the Sacramento River and the South American subbasin or harvest water program area. Opinion 5, the Delta Conveyance Project is unlikely to adversely affect water supply at the hood well since the zone of capture is from the Sacramento River and analytical calculations show the capture zone fits between the intakes. Opinion 6, the Delta Conveyance Project is unlikely to adversely affect water quality at the hood well despite its proximity to the tunnel, since the tunnel construction will remove all disturbed sediment that may contain geogenic contamination, for example, manganese. Opinion 7, the Delta Conveyance Project is unlikely to adversely affect harvest water's ability to meet its program goals to raise groundwater levels to within 10 feet of the ground surface or shallower. Opinion 8, mitigation measure groundwater number 1 recognizes injection wells may not be feasible in some cases and provides a variety of options to mitigate lost water supply. Mitigation measure groundwater number 1 in opinion 9 already includes an expanded well inventory during the design phase pre-construction. Analysis of available information provided in my testimony can serve as a starting point for that well inventory, but requires access agreements to do what is suggested. Opinion 10, permanent reusable tunnel material storage does not include a liner and is not expected to reduce the ability for precipitation to recharge on site based on native soil conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hatch. With that, I have Ms. Meserve already elevated, so my tendency would be to look to you, Ms. Meserve, if you have an order of go, if you will, for cross. But now I see, should I be calling up Mr. Ferguson, or is he first?
Yes, Mr. Ferguson was going to go first, and then I have a few questions, and that may be it. I'm not sure if there's any others, so if there's any other folks who are planning on asking questions, they should probably let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we'll start with that. At some point fairly soon, we'll take a break, but I think we should go ahead and get started. If the team can please elevate Mr. Ferguson. Good morning, Mr. Ferguson.
Good morning. Aaron Ferguson on behalf of Sacramento County Water Agency and Sacramento Area Sewer District.
And I gather you have some questions for Dr. Hatch.
I do, yeah.
Please. And we'll, just so you know, we'll probably take a break in about 20, 30 minutes, but if we can go ahead and get started.
Okay, sounds good. Good morning, Dr. Hatch.
Good morning.
I want to start off by asking you a few questions about the revisions to your PowerPoint presentation, just make sure I understand kind of the rationale that you ran through at the beginning of your presentation.
Sure.
So if we could bring up DWR 1016, it's your unrevised PowerPoint.
Mhm.
And then turn to page 3, Ms. Mullen. So this is 1016, correct, Dr. Hatch?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Okay, great. So my understanding is you deleted what's numbered in bold there, 3. Is that correct?
I revised it to be consistent with my written testimony.
And so when you say you revised it, did it appear in 1016R as a revised sentence, or did you wholly delete that statement?
So the sentence in number 3 is
it says
right.
the DCP. Just make sure we're talking about the same one. Sorry.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
I'm looking at the bolded language that says
Mhm.
the DCP will not cause the SASB to
Right.
exceed its sustainable management criteria for water levels or interconnected surface water because did you
Right.
delete that statement?
So I revised that statement to reflect the analysis that I had done for the sustainable management criteria for chronic lowering of groundwater levels specifically. So the analysis where I took the changes related to the Delta Conveyance project and mapped those onto the representative monitoring points.
Okay.
So that opinion is now specific to that. And then the sub-bullets under 3 in the original PowerPoint have been moved up under number 2. And that's consistent with my written testimony.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, can we turn to 1016R now, please, and turn to page 3? Okay, so Dr. Hatch, this is describing some of what you just explained in terms of revising the subheadings under number 2, correct?
Correct.
And so you added to number 2, E. Is that accurate?
Correct. Consistent with my written testimony, DWR 1015, which already had that in there.
Okay. And I just want to focus on the language in 2E. It states comparison of stream recharge to groundwater from the COSANA model to results for changes in stream aquifer interaction in the FEIR are not consistent, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And for your rebuttal testimony, you refined the stream interaction analysis in the FEIR by focusing on the stretch of the Sacramento River adjacent to the South American subbasin, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And in this regard, you more closely align the Delta groundwater model analysis of stream aquifer interaction with the COSANA model, correct?
Not exactly. The COSANA model, as I mentioned, limits the ability to calculate stream recharge along the Sacramento River on that western boundary because the model uses the river as its western boundary. The Delta groundwater model does not. So there's a conceptual limitation in the COSANA model that limits its ability to compare apples to apples, even if the length along the river is the same.
Okay, so you do acknowledge that your adjustment, at least for your rebuttal, did align the lengths of the Sacramento River that were evaluated between the two models,
The lengths
correct?
along the Sacramento River, yes, were more closely aligned.
Okay. So what do you mean by the use of the term not consistent?
So the two bullets that I put on that slide, we'd have to scroll down to it, but essentially, first of all, they're not comparing the same length. So the 1,556 acre feet, which is the number from the final environmental impact report, relates to the American River confluence along the Sacramento River all the way down to the confluence with the San Joaquin River. And so that's an unrevised number because it's predates my rebuttal testimony. So that goes along the entire length from the American River to the San Joaquin River along the Sacramento River. Then the second point was what I already mentioned, which is that the conceptual limitation of the Cosumnes North American, South American, or South American, North American model, excuse me. Just you can't compare those two numbers because the COSANA model has that area as its western boundary. And so stream recharge would only be towards what's in the model domain, not on both sides, which is reflective of what the Delta groundwater model would be able to show.
Okay. With your updated analysis for your rebuttal testimony that used the length of the Sacramento River along the South American subbasin, you did still conclude that there was a loss of recharge, correct, to the South American subbasin?
There is a small loss of recharge, but it does not rise to the level of being significant.
Okay.
As defined by the final environmental impact report. So that 5% change.
Okay. Thank you. Can we turn to Dr. Hatch's testimony? It's DWR 1015 and page 7. Thanks. So at lines 6 through 10, Dr. Hatch, you state that it is my opinion that it is appropriate and necessary to aggregate results from the Delta groundwater model or any model looking at stream aquifer interaction because it is infeasible to collect data at the model resolution to characterize local scale changes in heterogeneity along the length of a river and accurately simulate local scale changes to stream aquifer interaction, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Do you have a similar opinion regarding analyzing potential DCP impacts on groundwater levels?
What do you mean?
Well, with respect to needing to analyze it, potential impacts at an aggregate scale.
I mean, we looked at individual wells that have data and related those to what's in the uh, South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. So we are taking those results from the regional groundwater model and then applying those to local scale estimates to try to map those together. Is that what you're asking?
Well, maybe I can ask it another way. What do you mean by saying it's appropriate and necessary to aggregate results from the Delta groundwater model in order to evaluate stream aquifer interaction?
So stream aquifer interaction by its very nature is something that is incredibly challenging to measure directly. You really can't do that accurately. And in a river like the Sacramento River, it's especially true because you have highly variable conditions in the river itself. And then you're looking at the amount of water that leaves the river and would be entering groundwater, which may change drastically from one location to another under natural conditions. And those things are not things that you can get sufficient data to represent on anything more than an aggregate scale.
If that description is accurate with respect to the Sacramento River, then how do you use the Delta groundwater model to analyze localized effects on specific wells?
Well, the groundwater model itself does better with wells because that's looking at the subsurface itself. The stream aquifer interaction is something that can't be measured directly, whereas well water levels can. That's why it tends to be used as a calibration metric for the groundwater model.
Okay. Can we turn to page 5? Well, actually, I can just ask you this question generally. As we've discussed, you analyzed the Delta groundwater model results to understand changes in stream aquifer interaction along the South American subbasin for your rebuttal testimony, correct?
I did, yes.
And the results of that analysis are in DWR 1018, is that correct?
I'd have to pull that up just to make sure that's the right number, but I would think so, yes.
Okay. And my understanding is you calculated baseline mean recharge from the Sacramento River to the South American subbasin of 91,267 acre feet a year. Is that correct?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay. Yeah, and we can bring up DWR 1018 unless you're comfortable with that answer.
It's in the ballpark.
Okay.
It's around there, so.
And you recognize in your testimony that the South American subbasin GSP found baseline mean recharge from the Sacramento River to the South American subbasin of about 38,600 acre feet, correct?
That's what's cited in Dr. Folia's testimony, yes.
Okay.
I didn't have the COSANA model myself, so I took her word for it.
Okay. And so the estimated baseline leakage in your analysis as compared to the Kasana model-based analysis found about almost 2.5 times more recharge to the basin. Is that correct?
We're looking at 91,000 versus 38,000. Yeah, a little bit more than double.
Okay. So does the entire quantity of 91,267 acre feet reflect recharge to the South American subbasin in your analysis?
No, not necessarily. It's what comes out of the river into groundwater.
Okay, so the
So
South
some of
American
that,
subbasin is east of the Sacramento River, correct?
correct, yes,
And then there's a basin to the west of the Sacramento River. Is that correct?
correct.
And so you're saying the 91,000 that you're using for the baseline value could reflect recharge to the west, not just recharge to the east. Is that fair?
Yes.
And do you have a sense of the percentage split that would occur between the east and the west?
I don't off the top of my head now.
Okay. But it's accurate to say that the 91,000 doesn't entirely reflect recharge to the east.
It includes the recharge to the east, but it includes other potential recharge as well.
Okay. So for your analysis summarized in DWR 1018, did you calibrate the Delta groundwater model with streamflow data along the Sacramento River?
The Delta groundwater model was calibrated as part of the final environmental impact report analysis. And I believe that focused on using groundwater levels in particular, but I think there was also some comparisons done with stream stages and flows. That I think it was less quantitative in that regard.
Okay. Have you undertaken any sort of analysis of the uncertainty in the Delta groundwater model simulated results?
I have not.
Do you know whether any sort of uncertainty analysis has been performed by anyone else with respect to the Delta groundwater model?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Is an analysis of uncertainty in a groundwater model kind of typically standard practice in preparing a model like the Delta groundwater model?
I would say not really. Doesn't tend to be very common. And at least in my experience, I haven't seen a whole lot of, especially models that are developed for environmental impact reports, use uncertainty analysis.
I think you previously mentioned something with respect to the an issue that you see in the Kasana model being the boundary condition on the west side. Is that correct?
Correct. The Kasana model, because it uses the Sacramento River as its western boundary, has a limited conceptualization at that river because you have boundary conditions that are essentially the end of the model right there. So you have to provide those manually, which doesn't allow it to handle the normal physics exactly the same way. You're providing it with numbers to constrain it. at that location.
Do you, is your understanding that the COSANA model was based to some extent on the C2V-SIM FG model?
I think loosely it was using some of the similar things, but really the grid is very different from the C2V-SIM fine grid model, and the layering is different. And so I think it's safe to say it's a different application. It just happens to coincide with part of the same area that C2V-SIM occupies, and it, of course, would try to capture the water balance in the same way.
In a model like COSANA, if the stream stage in the Sacramento River aligns with extracted groundwater elevation data from C2V-SIM FG, the model should reasonably simulate the system, correct?
Objection to the extent this appears to be about two models that were not used in this analysis, C2V-SIM. We've been talking about COSANA and Delta groundwater, so this appears to be outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
Well, it sounds like Dr. Hatch had an opinion about the comparison of COSANA to C2V-SIM and the differences there. So it sounds like he's.
I'm going to allow the question. I think, I mean, we're getting into technical details that are beyond me, but I'm going to allow the question, although I think from Dr. Hatch's expression that he may not find the question easy to answer, but we can try that one again or rephrase it.
Yeah, I'd like to see if you can rephrase the question so I can help understand.
If in a groundwater model like COSANA, the stream stage in the Sacramento River aligns with extracted groundwater elevation data from the C2V-SIM model, the model should reasonably simulate the system, correct?
So you're saying stream stages match with groundwater levels?
Yeah, if they're aligned and consistent with C2V-SIM.
I mean, not necessarily. You'd have to look at more metrics to understand just the alignment of the two data sets, since one stage and one's flow or one's groundwater levels. That would give you some indicators of what gradients might be occurring between the two, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to simulate consistent numbers.
Okay. We'll move on. Can we turn to page 9 of your testimony?
Mr. Ferguson, would this be a good time for a break? We're changing
Sure. Yeah.
topics.
That'd
All
be
right,
fine.
let's go ahead. Thank you. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break and we will return at 10:40. Thank you. Welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And I see we have Dr. Hatch, Ms. Carroll, and Mr. Ferguson. So back to you, Mr. Ferguson.
All right. Dr. Hatch, your conclusion with respect.
Look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
I don't know who
And I see we have Dr.
has
Hatch,
that
Ms.
audio.
Carroll, and Mr. Ferguson.
Let me try.
Back to you, Mr. Ferguson.
All right. Did you hear a recording there?
Dr. Hatch.
It's not me, so it must be on someone else's. If you can try, I don't know if Dr. Hatch, is it on the DWR end?
I don't believe so.
I don't know what that was.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, it looks like Mr. Ferguson lights up when the recording sound comes out on my end.
That's
So maybe the
interesting.
YouTube's playing in the background in a window, Mr. Ferguson?
We don't hear it now. I think it's working, but it was an
Okay.
interesting experiment in the YouTube lag. So
Okay. Dr. Hatch, you conclude that based on the results of your analysis, the DCP operations wouldn't cause significant reductions in recharge to the South American subbasin, correct?
Yes, my opinion is that the changes in recharge to the South American subbasin are small and within the margin of the final environmental impact report level of significance.
And you previously recognized that the South American subbasin GSP indicates that baseline recharge to the South American subbasin from the Sacramento River is about 38,600 acre-feet per year, correct?
Based on the Casemna South American, North American model.
And is it your understanding that the South American subbasin GSP evaluates sustainable yield from the South American subbasin, assuming a similar quantity of leakage from the Sacramento River to the South American subbasin?
I'm not familiar with the details with how the South American subbasin calculates the sustainable yield.
So you have no sense of whether recharge from the Sacramento River to the South American subbasin is a component of the water budget that's used to evaluate sustainable yield in the South American subbasin groundwater sustainability plan?
Oh, I'm sure it's a component of the water budget.
Okay. And your analysis in DWR 1018 estimated that approximately 1,133 acre-feet per year on average would be lost from recharge from the Sacramento River to the South American subbasin, correct?
Can we bring up the slide that you're talking about, or the?
Sure. Yeah, let's bring up DWR 1018. That wasn't worded. My question was a little awkward. Yeah, if we can turn to page 4, that'd be helpful. DWR 1018. Maybe we can blow that up a little bit, please. So at lines 3 and 4, Dr. Hatch, it looks like you conclude that DCP operations would result in 1,133 acre-feet less recharge from the Sacramento River to the South American subbasin on average, correct?
Correct. And that's the 1.24% change.
Yeah, so over a period of approximately 50 years, this would result on average in greater than 50,000 acre-feet of lost recharge to the basin, correct? From the Sacramento River?
Well, I don't really think that's an appropriate metric to add all those differences over time, because it's still going to be 1.24% on average.
Well, I'm just asking you for recognition of kind of the total quantity over 50 years. That would be in excess of 50,000 acre feet, correct?
Yeah, I mean, if you take 1,000 and multiply it by 50, then sure.
Okay. So if that sort of reduction over time in recharge to the South American subbasin brings the basin out of its current sustainable condition, do you agree that the South American subbasin GSA may need to manage groundwater pumping to ensure the basin remains in balance?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, calls for speculation.
Do you have an understanding of the tools that are available to a groundwater sustainability agency to try to achieve sustainability in a basin under Sigma?
Yeah, I mean, their main tool is either supply augmentation or demand reduction.
And does demand reduction mean regulate or limit pumping?
It can, yes.
Okay. So is one of the possible options that the South American subbasin GSA may need to resort to if this reduction in recharge results in an unsustainable condition is to limit groundwater pumping.
Again, assumes facts not in evidence, lacks foundation.
I think I understand your point, Mr. Ferguson. I think this is maybe not the question for Dr. Hatch. We can move on to the next.
Okay. Kind of move on to your analysis of localized monitoring of changes in groundwater levels. And you analyze changes in levels using results from the Delta groundwater model at RMP locations, correct?
Correct.
And those RMP locations are designated wells within the South American subbasin, correct?
For the groundwater sustainability plan, yes.
Okay. And this in your analysis for your rebuttal testimony involves subtracting what you saw as the maximum change of 85/100ths of a foot due to DCP operations from the observed values at those RMP sites, correct?
Correct. I took that maximum value and subtracted it from the measurements in the water level hydrograph. Yes.
And then you compared those results to the minimum thresholds. Is that just at the broadest level accurate?
Correct.
Okay. So can we turn to page 11 of your testimony, and that's DWR 1015? Yeah, so on page 11 at lines 9 through 11, Dr. Hatch, you state that based on review of recent water levels and those adjusted by the 0.85 feet, there is not a time where the change is significant enough to cause minimum threshold exceedances for 3 consecutive years. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Can we go to DWR 1019, please? And then turn to page 3. And scroll down. Great, that's good. Thank you. At lines 15 and 16, Dr. Hatch, you state that at RMW 7, the DCP adjusted elevations occur slightly below the minimum threshold between 2015 through 2018, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And so this statement here indicates that there was an occasion when the DCP adjusted values resulted in water levels below the minimum threshold for more than 3 years, correct?
They were already below that prior to the adjustment. If you read the next line, it says this period corresponds to recent drought conditions where measured groundwater levels were already near the minimum threshold elevation for the same 3-year period. And
Okay.
once the wet conditions came, then it rebounded back.
Well, the second sentence there doesn't say that they were already below the threshold, correct?
Sorry, it says already near. Yes.
Okay. So can we turn to page 12 of this document? And scroll down a little bit. So these are the results for RMP, or what's called here RMW7, correct?
That's right.
And it's a little difficult to see the period 2015 to 2018, but you're saying that for those years, at least as reflected in these results, the levels were already below the minimum threshold before the DCP adjustment?
That's what it looks like to me. So if you look at the 2016 number, the blue dot, which is the measured groundwater levels, those are below the red dash line, which represents the minimum threshold. And so then if you start looking at something more like 2017 or 2018, then they bounce back up above. And so it's not a consecutive 3-year period anymore after that. But before and after for that period in 2016 or 2015 that's shown, they are below the minimum threshold.
With the adjustment?
Both.
Okay. It may just be an issue with everything being so jumbled together. You've got good eyes, apparently. Do you have the actual tabular results of your analysis anywhere?
Yeah, I can provide those.
Okay, great.
But the important thing on here is looking at the more recent period where those water levels have increased. And so you look at 2019 and 2022, those periods where those are single year reductions that sure they go below the minimum threshold with the adjustment, but they're already at the minimum threshold or immediately adjacent to it. And so then the next period after that, the next measurement rebounds well above. And so you don't see those issues related to management. Remember, the South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan was submitted in 2022. So really active management of the subbasin that we can use to carry forward is after that time. And water levels have been higher during that period.
Okay. So it's part of your rebuttal testimony. We can take this down. You also conduct the hood well analysis, and you showed some slides of those results in your PowerPoint, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in paragraph 42 of your testimony, and this is GWR 1015, on page 14, you conducted an image well analysis to evaluate the source of water provided to the well, correct?
Correct.
And your analysis determined that the hood well does capture Sacramento River water. Is that correct?
Correct. The hood well sources all of its water from the Sacramento River.
Your analysis of the impacts of DCP operations on stream leakage performed for your rebuttal testimony indicates that the DCP operations will reduce leakage, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
on
from the
average,
Sacramento River to the
on
basin.
average, the stream aquifer interaction will be reduced slightly, but again, it's a small change.
And did your analysis of the Hood Wells zone of influence consider the effects of DCP operations on that zone of influence?
It didn't have to, because that change in the stream aquifer interaction, remember, that's a large value. And so the recharge change is small, and it's well less than, well, the total stream recharge to groundwater is still much greater than what's produced at the Hood well. So the Hood well doesn't see a change in that regard, and that will affect its capacity.
In paragraph 45 of your testimony, in response to testimony regarding the potential for contamination to be mobilized when the soil is disturbed by the tunnel boring machine, you state that all disturbed soil is removed and earth pressure balance helps with containment, correct?
Correct.
And does DWR anticipate using soil conditioners during operation of the tunnel boring machine?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I assume there will be some sort of conditioner that's used to help with the removal of that sediment,
Okay.
but I don't know the specific details of that. That'd be a question for the construction team.
So you're not familiar with whether the soil conditioners, like how they would potentially be applied, is that correct?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Can we turn to DWR 1020, please? And then turn to page 10. So page 10 contains a figure that reflects the results of the image well analysis for the Hood well that you prepared, correct?
Correct. This is for the average annual operating conditions from the urban water management plan.
Okay.
And just for the record, it sounds like this is 1220R. I'm not sure if the R came through.
Oh, yes, 1020R. Thanks. That's good. Well, let me ask the question there. With respect to the Hood well analysis in 1020R, did you change anything substantively with the revisions that were provided on Friday?
No changes to the Hood well analysis were part of the revisions to 1020 in 2020 1020R. It was only the equation for the tunnel as a barrier to flow.
Okay. So can you just explain the blue horizontal lines that stretch from the river to the east of the well? What did those reflect in this figure?
So the ones that are from roughly west to east, those
Yeah.
ones represent flow lines. And then the other ones represent, the perpendicular lines represent equipotential lines. So those are essentially lines of change in groundwater elevation as you move further to the east.
Yeah, I heard you, I think, say a couple of times that the Hood well only draws water from the Sacramento River. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so this figure doesn't also show the well drawing water from the east as well through these flow lines?
Nope, it doesn't. See, the the kind of thicker blue line that is encapsulated by the hood wells kind of in the middle there.
Yeah.
And so that represents the zone of capture. And so flow lines that are north and the south of that, those are ones that recharge the South American subbasin or whatever, but they're not captured by the well. So what's inside that thicker blue line is captured by the well. And so even some water from the river that makes it past the well then turns around and comes back to the well, as you can see from the thicker blue line that extends, slightly to the east of where the well location is.
So a portion of the tunnel alignment does pass through that zone of capture, correct?
Correct.
So to the extent any contaminants were introduced through the tunnel boring process or geogenic contaminants were dislodged during the tunnel boring process, it's possible that those contaminants could enter the flow paths that flow to the hood well, correct?
Well, as I stated in my testimony, that material is going to be removed by the tunnel boring machine. So it wouldn't be there long enough to have that happen. It's not an instantaneous movement of contaminants.
In your testimony, you describe, and we could take this down, you describe a high-level well inventory that you conducted using a 1 mile buffer around the DCP tunnel alignment, correct?
Correct.
And is DWR committing to using your expanded well inventory as the starting point for the more detailed well inventory that's noted in mitigation measure GW1?
I'm not aware if they've committed to that or not. I think I provided that as a starting point based on what Dr. Folia provided in her testimony. And so they can use that as a starting point, or they can start over. But the same source data, the publicly available data, would likely be used in both cases and then be supplemented with outreach and other things.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understand perhaps the distinction between your inventory and what's contained in the mitigation measure GW1, particularly with respect to the radius that was evaluated from the facilities. So is the key difference that your analysis expanded from 1/2 mile to 1 mile?
So the only reason why my analysis considered 1 mile instead of a 1/2 mile was the location accuracy of many of the wells is only accurate to approximately a 1 mile. And so as an overabundance of trying to capture anything that might be within a 1/2 mile, I included a 1 mile distance just for that location accuracy. But as I mentioned in my testimony, I looked at the available information for those wells and tried to then determine what wells actually the location accuracy could be improved to further understand whether they would be impacted or not.
Okay. And your analysis looked at wells within a 1 mile radius without regard to specific dewatering areas. Is that correct?
It includes the dewatering areas at the intakes, but it also includes the tunnel alignment as well.
Okay. Okay. So in your testimony, you conclude that changes in stream aquifer interaction along the Cosumnes River are negligible. Is that correct?
Correct. Based on the results from the Delta groundwater model, the changes are very, very, very small.
And your analysis didn't evaluate the DCP's impacts in combination with expected changes from harvest water, did it?
No, my analysis did not include harvest water in that.
So based upon expected increases in groundwater levels from the harvest water program and the expected decreases in stream flow due to DCP operations in the Sacramento River, would you expect that the inlet recharge that occurs with the harvest water project, that water would flow more rapidly towards the Sacramento River than it would without DCP operations?
Not sure I understand your question.
Do you anticipate that DCP operations and specifically the reduction in stage in the Sacramento River will have an effect on groundwater flow in the harvest water project area?
I mean, as I stated in my testimony, there is a small decrease in stream recharge from the Sacramento River to groundwater associated with the Delta Conveyance project. However, that when compared with the increases in groundwater levels associated with the harvest water program's anticipated goal of raising groundwater levels within 10 feet of land surface, the differential is actually much greater from the harvest water program to reduce recharge from the Sacramento River than the Delta Conveyance project provides. So we're raising groundwater levels, and I use the example of representative monitoring point 7, where you'd have to raise groundwater levels 7.5 feet, and in order to get it within 10 feet of the land surface, whereas the Delta Conveyance project only reduces stage at the river by 1/2 foot only during certain conditions. And so that change in gradient associated with the project is harvest waters has a net reduction of recharge that's much greater than what the Delta Conveyance project would result in.
Well, assuming harvest water increases groundwater levels and the DCP is operating at the same time, would you expect harvest water, groundwater to flow towards the Sacramento River more quickly than it would if the DCP wasn't operating?
I don't believe that the harvest water necessarily will bring groundwater levels such that they'll be flowing towards the river, the Sacramento River. Right now, they're flowing from the river to the aquifer, and unless the gradient switches to where then the groundwater is higher than the river stage, then recharge will continue to occur from the Sacramento River to the groundwater basin.
Is it your understanding that harvest water is committed to raising groundwater levels within the entire harvest water project area?
There's a harvest water benefit area. I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head how that changes exactly, but it's slightly different than the where the water is actually delivered than the delivery area.
Okay. So your analysis for your rebuttal testimony concluded that harvest water would need to bring the groundwater level up about 7.5 feet within that benefit area, or within the area, in order to reach 10 feet
I used
below land
representative monitoring
surface,
point
correct?
7 as an example for the 7.5 feet.
Yeah, so I did want to ask you about the use of monitoring point 7. Did you check measurements at any other RMPs in the area, or was RMP 7 just an example?
That was just an example.
Okay. So you didn't check any other locations?
I did not.
And in your testimony, you state that the DCP would only temporarily lower the stream stage by up to 1/2 foot, correct?
Half a foot. Yes,
Yes. And we're talking about the Sacramento River, correct?
correct.
Okay. And how long is temporarily in this context?
Well, it's during those operations. So it's during the 10th to 20th percentile flows when the project is operating. So whatever duration the diversions are actually occurring would be when that half a foot maximum change would occur.
Okay. And in this reduction in stream recharge during these periods of time could reduce recharge and lower groundwater levels in the South American subbasin during those periods of time, correct?
It would reduce recharge slightly from the river, but I doubt it'll affect groundwater levels substantially because we're talking about wetter, higher flow conditions.
To the extent there is any decrease in groundwater levels as a result of these reductions in stage, do you agree that harvest water would need to do more in order to raise the groundwater levels to their target level than they would in the
Objection.
absence of the DCP operations?
Objection calls for speculation. This witness can't answer what the harvest water will or will not do. We actually asked for the model in a public records ask and we're not provided it, so we can't evaluate those conditions.
Well, I'll allow Dr. Hatch to explain his understanding of why you can or cannot answer that question. Please, Dr. Hatch.
Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, sure. Would any decrease in groundwater levels that are associated with reduction in stage in the Sacramento River as a result of DCP operations require the Harvest Water Project to do more with respect to their proposed operations in order to achieve the groundwater level target that they're intending to achieve?
Not necessarily. I'd have to get more information to provide a more comprehensive opinion on that. I think the key is that you have this change in recharge that's temporary, but you have a long-term goal from harvest water of effectively replacing groundwater pumping at certain ag lands with surface water or recycled water that will make a much bigger difference in terms of groundwater levels than the small change in recharge from the river. But like I said, I'd have to see more information to understand exactly how harvest water plans to operate and what those resulting changes in groundwater levels would be associated with turning off those wells when they receive recycled water.
Okay. On page 19 of your testimony, you state that the soils at the Twin Cities complex, the TCC, are all fine-grained and not conducive to recharge. And that's based on your review of the SSU-RGO soils database, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And within the the Surgo database, you focused on the what's called the soil hydrologic group classifications, correct?
That was one of the things that I looked at, yes.
And the soil hydrologic group classification categorizes soils based on the amount of runoff expected when the soil is saturated, correct?
Right.
Does the Surgo database contain soil drainage classifications?
It can, in some cases, yeah.
Did you consider the Surgo drainage classification for the TC site in your analysis?
I did not directly know.
Why not?
Mainly the soils themselves, the clay and the silt are, and then the recharge from the soil hydrologic group was enough to conclude that you're not going to see a whole lot of recharge, and then paired that with Mr. Martin's testimony that they need drainage systems on site to collect water. That was enough to tell me that those soils were not producing a lot of recharge to groundwater.
Do you agree that under in situ soil conditions, there can be spatial variability in soil and aquifer material?
Yeah, I think there can be spatial variability and heterogeneity in soils and aquifer material. Absolutely.
And in that context, can preferential flow paths arise that increase infiltration?
I mean, it's possible, but looking at the deposits on site for the Twin Cities complex area and those floodplain deposits, you're going to see less vertical preferential flow paths, and you would see more horizontal ones, which would enhance runoff rather than recharge.
Are you aware of whether the construction activities that are proposed at the TCC site can be expected to increase how well mixed the soils are at the site?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Well, hypothetically, would increasing how well mixed soils are reduce porosity generally?
Not necessarily. Mixing the soils could increase porosity, but it could also decrease porosity. Depends on a number of factors. One being compaction, if you're excavating material and then replacing it, but that I don't know if that's the case on the site.
Yeah, fair enough. Just generally, could mixing soils reduce permeability?
I mean, again, that's a possibility, but it's also the opposite is also a possibility.
Okay. And I think you were just suggesting that perhaps compaction could reduce porosity. Is that correct?
It can.
But is it the same for permeability?
Yeah, I mean, porosity and permeability are not always exactly correlated, but they can be correlated. So
Okay. Did you review the results of any, well, let me just add, yeah, let me start. Did you review the results of any soil samples taken from the TCC site in connection with um, preparing your testimony?
I did not know.
Okay. Do you know whether DWR has conducted any investigations of the soil conditions at the TCC site?
I'm not aware.
We emailed a document over, this is my last set of questions, by the way, on Friday. I think we labeled it as, well, we may not have labeled it, so pardon me. But it was called the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority memo from December 23rd, 2021.
And we have it. Do you care to
Yeah, could you
label
bring
it
it up,
now?
please?
What should we call it? Do you know? Or we can just give it a number that's
Yeah, I
different.
think this would be SASD 33.
Yes, that seems to be our take too.
Okay. Can we blow this? Yeah, thank you. Blow it up a little bit so we can see the title here. So Dr. Hatch, this is a Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority memo from 2021 regarding reusable tunnel material. Are you familiar with this memo?
I think so. That might be consistent with the memo that I included as a exhibit, which is also on reusable tunnel material from the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority.
Okay. Can we turn to page 7, please? Can we scroll down, please? To the bottom. Is your understanding that section 4 includes results of tests of baseline and conditioned soil samples? For reusable tunnel material?
Looks like geotechnical tests were presented in URS 2014, but I don't know where these
Okay.
are or how they relate to the Twin Cities complex.
Okay.
Or is that not your, are you not asking about the Twin Cities complex in particular?
I'm just asking generally about what's contained in section 4, and if you're not entirely familiar with it, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we scroll down to the next page, please? In section 4.3, which is right in the middle of the page there, the memorandum states that permeability of conditioned soil samples was substantially lower than the baseline samples. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see those words in section 4.3.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether the conditioned soils resulting from reusable tunnel material processing would have lower permeability than the baseline soils?
And baseline soils,
Well, the soils that exist at this TCC site currently.
is that what the baseline samples in this document are referring to?
This is just referring to reusable tunnel material generally.
Right. So
Yeah, so let me ask it more generally. Is your expectation that, well, no, I want to ask it with respect to the TCC site. Based on section 4.3, and would you expect to the extent reusable tunnel material that's stored at the site has been conditioned through the tunnel boring process, would you expect that soil to be less permeable than the soil on site right now at the TCC?
not necessarily until we actually see what's removed by the tunnel and what that looks like when it's been dried and then placed. I can't have an opinion on that.
Okay.
But the Twin Cities complex site has low permeability soils as is, so I wouldn't anticipate to be substantially different.
Okay, that's all the questions I have right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. And thank you, Dr. Hatch. I actually am going to ask an intervening question because it came up while we were going through this, and I think it might be helpful to ask it now. I may have some follow-up once we've finished with Cross. Ms. Mullen, can we pull up DWR 1019 and page 3, I believe, of that document? Thank you. And if we can scroll down just a couple lines here. I had a question about the information in this graph, and I thought you can clarify for me. So, Dr. Hatch, you say here, it looks like on lines 5 to 6, you describe, I believe what you describe the numbers above as the maximum average water level difference for each well, table 1. Will you explain to me what you're averaging to come up with these numbers?
Yeah, it's the entire model simulation period. These are all model numbers. So we're taking each time step in the model would have a difference in groundwater levels for each model layer and for each time step. And so we're looking at the maximum of those averages across the model.
And when you say the time step is different, well, what is the range in time step?
So by different time steps, I mean like different dates. So each step in the model is a monthly time step. And so I'm saying each of the different months that are represented in the model produces a difference, if you will, in water levels between the baseline model and the with delta conveyance project model. So each time step in the model will produce that difference. And so then rolling that up to what's in the table takes into account all of those different time steps in the model. Does that help clarify?
No, but that's my fault, not yours. But I'm going to ask follow-up, which may be explaining to me the same thing, which is then, so what data, I mean, can you describe to me the data? You have all of these monthly data, and you use those to calculate an average. Is that right?
An average difference between the with delta conveyance project model run and the baseline model run. So each well is associated with a model node that's nearest to it. And so that model node, the model simulation, produces an estimate of groundwater levels that are associated with the simulation. And so we have a water level for the baseline condition, which does not include the tunnel, and the with delta conveyance project simulation, which does include the tunnel. And so we're seeing what the differences at those same nodes would be at each time step within the model simulation period.
So then you look at I still don't understand. Where is the averaging? What are you?
So the averaging is across time, and then we're taking the maximum at that location.
But if you're averaging the months across time, you're taking all of the data from all of the months and averaging those all together, or is it by January, February, March, by each month? I'm still confused about how this is working.
Yeah, it's over all months, and then we're taking the maximum by layer.
So for well RMW7, which seems to be our well of interest here, you had monthly data across the time period of interest that was modeled. and this monthly data compares the difference between with and without DCP.
Mhm.
And then what did you do with that monthly data?
So then we took the average across each model layer separately and then took the maximum from that of those model layers for the analysis.
But when you have model layer 1,
Mhm.
what do you mean you averaged across the model layers? This looks like you just have model layer 1. I'm confused.
Average in time across the different model layers. So each model layer has a set of values. And so we're averaging within that model layer. And then we're putting that layer value, the maximum in, well, we're putting the value in those columns and then taking the maximum of whatever comes out of each model layer.
I don't want to belabor this point, but I do not understand, and I'm fairly intelligent. So so you have, I mean, out of your model results, you have all this data for each
Right.
month, and it's a difference. I understand that part.
Mhm.
And then, because to me, if you average all those months together, then you have one number. What's the maximum part? That's where I'm trying to figure out how this maximum and average are working together.
Right. So each layer is an average value. And then if you look at the case where, so look at RMP7, for example. So in layer 1, the 0.85 is the average across all time steps in the model for RMP7 layer 1. Then the next layer is layer 2. We see 0.84.
I see.
Layer 3 is 0.84. And those are the average values. And then we're saying, okay, of those 4 values, 0.85 is the maximum of that.
Now I understand. Thank you for that. I'm sorry that took so long.
No worries.
So this 0.85 so if you had some months where and we actually don't say the change, I assume, okay, positive
these are all
values
changes.
indicate that they are lower. All right, so positive value is lower. But if you had a month where there was an increase and then a month where there was a decrease, and you average all those, it could be that in a particular month, the model showed greater than 0.85 impact.
It's possible, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I wanted to clarify that. And then in your testimony, we could bring it up, but you may recall in your testimony, I believe, just for the record, I'm looking at page 11. Well, let's go ahead and bring it up. Ms. Mulling, can you bring up Dr. Hatch's testimony? You know better than I do what number it is. Thank you. You're brilliant. Page 11. And then just to clarify for me, the first line of 31, when you say there, the maximum change in groundwater levels at any single RMP, you're referring there to the average or maximum average change in groundwater levels. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct. Yep.
Thank you. And thank you for walking me through that. And thank you to all of you for your patience while a lawyer does statistics. With that, I think, Ms. Meserve, I'm looking to you.
Thank you. Good morning still, Dr. Hatch.
Good morning.
Looking at my clock to see what time is it. Ocean Reserve. These questions will be on behalf of local agencies of the North Delta and Frank Loretz, who owns the land under the proposed Twin Cities complex. So just one preliminary question about the changes in the PowerPoint and DWR 1020. Did you make those changes yourself?
I did, yes.
And when did you make those changes?
I realized as I was preparing for my testimony about a week ago, and so made the changes within the last week, and so provided those to DWR late last week.
You know what day?
I think it was Thursday.
And
Ms.
then,
Meserve, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but before we get into this, do you anticipate how long you may be asking? I'm just looking at the next break and our next panel coming up to make sure I can get them on board.
sure.
Well, I can represent to you, first of all, Ms. Carroll, that we won't start the next panel until after lunch. So at least we have that. But go, please, Ms. Meserve.
Yeah, well, we've got half an hour until noon. It's probably an hour, Ms. Carroll, so I imagine it will probably spill over after our lunch break, depending on when the hearing officer decides to take it.
Okay, that sounds good. We can anticipate that. We do have to set up that panel and we'll need additional time for that. So, hearing officer, I leave the schedule at your discretion, but it may make sense to start tomorrow, depending on timing.
Okay, yes, we'll see. I don't know. Noted. Thank you. And we'll try to keep you apprised of timing so that you can, your witnesses are not waiting.
No worries. And apologies, I should have said terrestrial tomorrow. I'm getting my panels mixed up at this point.
Yes, noted. Thank you.
Okay, okay, and then another question about the modeling, Dr. Hatch, you mentioned that you didn't have the Kasana model in response to Mr. Ferguson. Did you ever request a copy of the Kasana model from the South American Subbasin consultants?
I believe we did.
And do you know when that was?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Would you be able to provide that request?
I can talk to our attorneys and see. They would be the ones that would have made that request.
Okay, yeah, I heard a representation by counsel. I was not aware of that, so it would be helpful to know if such a request was made for the Kasana model in particular.
And I just want to be clear, since I keep getting emails about my misstatements, as I specifically was talking about the SAC IRWM model that we requested through a PRA request. So I want to make sure the record is clear.
Okay, so Dr. Hatch, then do you believe that you did request the Kasana model or not?
Then it must be that we just requested the SAC IRWM model or IWRM model.
Okay, so based on what our understanding today, you nor DWR did not request the Kasana model, which is what the SASB consultants used to prepare the GSP for the South American Subbasin, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then with respect to the Delta GW model, that's what your 7 opinions are based on, is that right?
Correct. My analysis is based off of the Delta groundwater model.
And then would it be possible to upload that to the modeling section of the hearing site so that our consultants could review that?
Don't see why not. I think I'm surprised that it hasn't happened already.
I am too. But now I'm asking, so thank you. Let's see. And then I guess we could go to the testimony, Ms. Mullen, if we could, please. So that's going to be DWR 1015. And just on page 1, line 21. You mentioned the top 3 layers in the Delta GW model. And what is the thickness of each of these 3 layers?
So the top layer of the model is approximately 65 feet thick, followed by 2 50-foot thick layers.
And so the tunnel would be in which layer if it was constructed?
Layer 3.
And do you, or does the model assume a specific hydraulic conductivity for each layer?
That was calibrated at least so the version of the model that does not have the tunnel in it was calibrated to get values of hydraulic conductivity for each layer and spatially varying. And then the hydraulic conductivity was lowered to represent the blockage that the tunnel would provide in model layer 3.
Okay. And so without the tunnel in it, was the hydraulic conductivity assumed to be consistent across the grid?
No, it's spatially varying.
And then if we could please go to page 2, opinion 2, which pertains to the reductions in recharge opinion. Here you conclude that the DCP wouldn't pump groundwater during operations. So there wouldn't be a significant and unreasonable depletion of interconnected surface water. Do you see where that is? Why do you not consider groundwater pumping by the DCP during construction to be significant or unreasonable depletion of interconnected surface water under the GSP?
I think the short answer there is that it's temporary. It's not a prolonged thing. So dewatering would be short term, and based on the construction with the cutoff walls, the pumping rates are expected to be minimal at the intakes themselves. And remember, at the tunnel shafts, there's dewatering within a self-contained area. That the tunnel shaft is excavated in the wet, and then the slurry cutoff walls and the Tremy seal at the bottom mean that it's isolated from the surrounding groundwater system, so it doesn't affect groundwater at all in the regional context.
When you use the term temporary, what's the longest time period that would be assigned to that?
I would say I don't have an exact number for how long that would be, but it'd be on the order of months rather than years.
And you cited to the GSP for the South American Subbasin, which is SCWA 5. Page 292, in support of this opinion that we're discussing. Does the GSP say that only groundwater pumping during operations could be considered a groundwater depleting activity?
The GSP doesn't address the Delta Conveyance project at all.
Does it address groundwater depleting activities that are similar in nature to the DCP?
The GSP has to account for just depletion related to any groundwater pumping within the basin.
So why is it that you say that the GSP only would relate to operations, not construction?
Those are long-term pumping effects. So depletion, first of all, is going to be related to, in terms of timing, is going to be related to the proximity to the river, and short-term depletion from pumping that's immediately adjacent to the river would not end up causing a long-term effect that would be a basin-wide effect that Sigma would be designed to deal with.
So there's nothing on page 292 of the GSP that directly supports your conclusion here, is there?
There is, yeah. The key point on page 292 is that the GSP specifically states the groundwater use is related to. So that's my point with calling out the South American Subbasin GSP is it's not from changing the stage from diverting more water. related to the Delta Conveyance project, it's related to pumping itself. So depletions of interconnected surface water are related to groundwater use, not changes in stage on the river from some other type of use, like a diversion, surface water diversion.
Just to clarify, could we go please to SWCA 5? And it's PDF page 292, just so I could see what language you're referring to, Dr. Hatch. Right, Ms. Mullen. Yeah, it should be PDF page 292. So could you
Can we
point out?
zoom in a little bit,
It's an eye test
please?
also.
Yeah. All right, let me see. Can we scroll up a little bit, please? It might be more effective to see if we can search for groundwater use on the page instead of me trying to reread the whole thing. But
What are we looking for, Ms. Meserve?
Well, so opinion 2, item D on page 2 of the testimony, states that the DCP on line 15, Dr. Hodge says the DCP does not pump groundwater during operations, so no significant and unreasonable depletion of interconnected surface water can occur. And so, and this page is cited, I believe, in support of that conclusion. And so I'm just looking for where on this page the fact that there's no pumping of groundwater during operations, as alleged by in this testimony, means that this depletion cannot occur.
And Ms. Mullen, this is SC, this is the SCWA 005.
It's the South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
can we scroll down a little bit? Okay, so it says significant and unreasonable depletion of interconnected surface water resulting from groundwater extraction. That's in the bold text that's in the little inset in the second to bottom paragraph.
Sure. So is your thinking that the type of dewatering activities that DCP proposes to undertake during construction are not groundwater extraction?
I was only saying that during operations, in my opinion. So that opinion is specific to operations. Now remember the dewatering at the intakes, sure that is groundwater pumping, but the impact is first of all temporary, and second of all, there's mitigation measure groundwater number one if impacts do occur to mitigate for those changes. The bigger thing is that from a Sustainable Groundwater Management Act perspective, short-term things like construction are not meant to be like something that the GSP considers from a 50-year planning cycle.
But it doesn't say that on this page, does it?
Oh, I'm not saying that it did. I'm just saying that significant and unreasonable depletion of interconnected surface water is from groundwater extraction. That's what I pulled from this groundwater sustainability plan. And if you read the entirety of my opinion for that, then I'm qualifying it subsequent to that with a statement on operations.
Then, if we just look at the very last sentence on this page and onto the following page. If we scroll up a little bit, I don't know if we can see both pages at once, where it talks about over the implementation period. The implementation, the interconnected surface water conditions are expected to remain similar. So
Ms. Meserve, apologies. Which page are we on?
So we just I was just trying to direct the witnesses' attention to this sentence that crosses 2 pages.
And just, Ms. Mullen, can you scroll over and show us what page number we're on? I could guess, but that's probably not the best thing to do.
292 to 293.
There we go. Yep. Thank you. Thanks to both of you.
Fortunately, we can't see both at the same time under this particular.
Thank you.
Yeah. So just to clarify though, you mentioned earlier, Dr. Hatch, that in looking at this sentence as well, the GSP doesn't contemplate a project like the DCP, and here it's saying it expects that the conditions are expected to remain similar. So this GSP really doesn't speak to something as large of a construction project as the DCP, does it?
I'm not aware that it speaks to any construction projects, DCP or otherwise.
The scale of the DCP is much larger than probably any other construction project going in the sub-basin, wouldn't you think?
Objection calls for speculation, relevance.
That's, I think, sustained.
Okay, we could please, Ms. Mullen, go back to the testimony, which would be which is DWR 1015. And I'm looking at line 21, which is in reference to opinion 3. And this is referencing the mapping onto the SASB representative monitoring points. And the question is, how did you map the DCP water levels onto those monitoring points?
That was the question by hearing officer Kinsey. So took the water levels from the Delta groundwater model at the nearest groundwater model node to each of the representative monitoring points, and then applied it in that manner.
Okay. And so you were able to do that without having the COSANA model?
We use the Delta groundwater model because that's the only model that has the with Delta Conveyance project scenario in it.
Okay. And the Delta GW model is a gridded model. What's the size of that grid?
It's a meshed model, so it has a variable size mesh.
Can you give me a range or?
Yeah, I mean, anywhere from a few acres all the way up to hundreds of acres in size.
So with a grid that is in places pretty coarse, does that interfere with the ability to accurately estimate an elevation at a specific monitoring point?
We're looking at regional water levels, so the model does a pretty good job with monitoring points when it's looking at regional water levels. The model should, and the calibration shows that it's able to reasonably well represent those that from the environmental impact report documentation. We did compare in that respect with the calibration of the COSANA model from available reports.
Were you able to, did you have a level of accuracy that you thought applied to the modeling exercise that you conducted?
Yes, the model was adequately calibrated and commensurate with the other local models like the COSANA model and the Eastern San Joaquin model for areas that overlapped.
And then moving on to page 3, opinion 4. You mentioned that the barrier effect is minimal, and how did you define minimal?
Well, looking at the numbers that came out of that analytical analysis, the maximum was 0.6 feet, and I consider that to be minimal. And then the other estimate was 0.04 feet, which is negligible.
So was it based on professional judgment or?
Sure.
Okay. There wasn't a reference, in other words, that you were.
No, there's not a reference that says magically 0.6 feet is small.
And then looking at opinion 8, it recognizes that injection wells, page 4, line 1, may not be feasible in some cases. And are you familiar with the regional board's requirements for injection wells in water treatment?
Very, very generally.
And the fact that the water typically would need to be treated to drinking water quality standards or something similar.
Mm-hmm.
And if it would be necessary to bring in water to replace lost irrigation pumping capacity under GW1, do you know what the flow rates would be required?
Objection appears to be outside the scope, but also vague and ambiguous as to location of where loss of irrigation water would occur.
Ms. Meserve, can you clarify the question and run it by me again?
Sure. Well, the question has to do with mitigation measure GW1. I guess, do you know the capacity of any of the irrigation water that would be required to be replaced as a result of construction footprint impacts?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
That's fair. I think, sorry, Ms. Meserve, can you please try it again? I think as a hypothetical.
Well, I'm trying to go off of let me get to the mitigation measure.
All right.
GW1. Is it GW1 that is the replacement water supplies, Dr. Hatch?
It's the mitigation for potential loss of supply.
Yeah. So with respect to implementation of GW1, have you assessed the amount of water that may need to be replaced at all in specific locations yet?
I have not.
And given that you haven't done that assessment, how can you be sure that DWR could replace that lost water supply with groundwater?
I mean, I think that's the commitment that's made in mitigation measure groundwater number 1 is that that water supply would be replaced. So I think there's no reason to not take that at face value.
Analysis hasn't been done to figure out where that water would come from exactly.
Again, I think this is outside the scope of the testimony. Furthermore, I think that without identifying a location where the dewatering is going to occur that it actually relies on groundwater, that this is a hypothetical that is not likely to occur. In essence, it lacks foundation that there would be an irrigation with groundwater in any location where dewatering would occur. It assumes those facts, and those have not been presented.
Noted, but we asked as a hypothetical, and I think it is potentially relevant, but let's talk about scope for a minute. Ms. Meserve, can you connect your line of questioning to
Well, in the
is this
PowerPoint,
opinion number 8? Or do we need to go
Well,
to the-
it could be 8 or 9. I mean, in the PowerPoint, he has repeated the language of GW1. So I'm just exploring the effective ability to actually implement this on the ground. I can move on, but I think it's not just replacement of groundwater, it's replacement of surface water with groundwater that's proposed in the mitigation, I believe. So I think Ms. Morris may have misspoken there.
It's groundwater mitigation 1 from the EIR. It is specific to groundwater.
Let's do this. Do you have a citation for groundwater 1? That may be what you're looking for, Ms. Meserve, and maybe we come back to this after the break.
I can move on. I was looking at PowerPoint slide 61 was just the mitigation measure itself, and that's what I was asking the question off of. So
Well, let's move on.
okay, yeah,
Please.
thank you. Let's see. So going to page 7 of the testimony, please. It discusses the analysis of reductions in recharge, which, and in addition to the changes that could occur during operations analyzed, isn't there also a water demand of the project itself for construction from well water that could potentially have an effect on SASB sustainability?
I'm not familiar with all the details of water requirements for the construction of the project beyond what would be from the dewatering. That was outside the scope of my analysis.
So when you analyze the effects on SASB sustainability criteria in this testimony, you did not consider construction water demand of the project.
The analysis in my testimony is related to operations because I'm using the Delta groundwater model.
But you do also address dewatering during construction and the possibility of that extraction affecting the SASB sustainability, don't you?
I'm not sure where you're looking. Can you point me to what you're looking at?
I believe there is some discussion of dewatering, so I guess I'm just pointing out that it appears there's also likely extractions for construction use, and it sounds like that hasn't been analyzed yet. So I can continue. Let's see. Do you want me to continue, Officer Kinsey? You just tell me when you want to take a break for lunch.
Well, let's go ahead and if this is a convenient time, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to propose that we come back at 1 o'clock, but before we leave, are there any other matters we should talk about? All right, great. Then with that, I will see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right, welcome back. And I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Welcome back after lunch. I have one, we were in the middle of cross-examination of Dr. Hatch. I have one procedural issue that I wanted to bring up. I had a chance to think about this over the break and revisit some materials on a Monday. So this will be a discussion in part for, I expect Ms. Carroll, you may want to respond or at least listen. But because it has to do with this issue about the evidentiary objections and the deadlines. And I had, when we last were together on Friday, I had allowed DWR until this coming Friday to file responses to DTEC's evidentiary objections to, I think we were casually referring to it in some of the filings as subpoena panel, but the panel of witnesses presented that consisted of DWR consultants and employees related to tribal consultation. I had not, and I'll be honest, I also had a lot going on a Friday. We talked about Grace and the back and forth. I had not fully appreciated, frankly, that it was that panel of witnesses and that issue that we were dealing with, which was complicated from the beginning. So what I would like to add to my request or to the deadline is please, Ms. Carroll, if DWR would brief the issue of timeliness as part of the filing on Friday. I think it's fair, and DTEC raised this, we should brief that issue as well. I made a ruling on, not a ruling on the fly, an initial judgment on the fly that I would like to, it merits more serious consideration because of I think potentially the magnitude of the issue. I will also grant DTEC an opportunity, and other parties, if you care to be involved, an opportunity to respond to DWR's filing. So I will grant a week. So let's see, let me get my calendar out so I can say this properly. And I will attempt to get what we might call a minute order out so that we have this in writing. But I've asked DWR to file any response to the objection that they care to file by Friday the 27th. And now I'm asking with that to include any briefing they would like or issues they would like to raise with respect to the timeliness of that filing and whether or not the delay, there's good cause for the delay, however you would like to phrase it, and why I should consider that filing. And then I will allow the other parties until a week, until March 6th, to respond to DWR. And then I will do my best to, within short order, rule on that. I realize that's a potentially significant issue and may affect DTEC's rebuttal. And so I think we do need to, I have an obligation to look at that carefully and think that through. So with that, I'll look to you first, Ms. Carroll. Do you have any questions about that? And then I will look to the room.
I think the only questions that I might have are to page limitation, and I'm hoping to be very pithy in the response, but just wanted to make sure if there were any formatting issues that you would like to clarify.
I don't have an explicit page limit. I think brief is, well, as you see fit. I didn't think I don't normally set page limits on evidentiary objections and back and forth, so I will decline to do that here. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, I see a hand in the attendee room. Oh, good. Mr. Sanlubert B, can we please elevate Mr. Sanlubert B? And then you are welcome to make your appearance.
Hello.
Good
Hi.
afternoon. It's afternoon here too. I don't think we can hear
Yes.
you. There we are. I can hear you. Please.
Can you hear me now? Great. Well,
Yeah.
yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, we appreciate the hearing officer's considered judgment of this matter, and as I think we just submitted, I think just an hour ago, we do believe these responses to be late and the deadline to be missed, but I think we are we agree that this is a good way to move forward with this.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Are there other comments on this issue or any other procedural issue before we return to Dr. Hatch? All right. Then with that, I will look to Dr. Hatch to make sure you are here. And then we have Ms. Meserve and we have Ms. Carroll. So I think we're ready to go. Back to you, Ms. Meserve.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. On one procedural note I meant to mention before I got started is that the exhibit that Mr. Ferguson marked as SASD 33 is already part of the record as CCC 3, that RTM technical memo. So I just make that note.
Noted. Thank you. Yeah, I think now we have I think we're stuck with duplicates because we referred to it, but thank you.
Yeah. It looked familiar.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon. I just wanted to pick up, we were discussing the where we left off, the water use during construction and of the project, and I had asked about whether you had analyzed the potential effects on the South American subbasin sustainability. And I just have the same question with respect to the Eastern San Joaquin subbasin. Did you look at possible effects of construction water demand of the project on that subbasin?
I did not look at that. The response in my rebuttal testimony is related to the specific issues raised by Sacramento Area Sewer District and Sacramento County Water Agency. So I did not look at what is going on in the Eastern San Joaquin subbasin.
I would note, however, for that on page 21 of your testimony, you do discuss the efficacy of mitigation measure GW1, which is about the provision of it's about whether there would be the ability to effectively mitigate impacts to groundwater. So that mitigation measure applies across the entire project area, right?
It does where applicable. So groundwater mitigation measure number 1 would be replacing supply that would be lost, if lost, due to construction. And so in the San Joaquin subbasin, there are no intakes to my knowledge. And so the tunnel shafts that might be located in that county then would undergo the same thing that I mentioned about tunnel shafts being isolated from groundwater. And so dewatering would occur after it's been isolated from the regional groundwater system and not subject to any changes outside of that area because of the seal.
But any water demand that was met through new wells or use of well water by the project in that subbasin would be a new demand in that subbasin that could affect the sustainability of the subbasin, couldn't it?
Objection outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
Overruled. I think sustainability is, well, overruled. Please, Dr. Hatch.
I guess I'm unclear as to what kind of project demands that you're talking about and at what location. Can you be more specific?
Certainly. Just for example, there's also a dual launch shaft at Lower Roberts Island. That is a major proposed construction site. So there would be a demand after the construction of the tunnel launch area, likely for things such as water for dust control, for instance, or other water demands of the project, right? During construction.
There may be. I didn't do any analysis for that in particular.
And then there's also a number of shaft sites along the tunnel proposed alignment where there would be construction activities, and those could also have a water demand for
dust control, for instance, as an example.
Again, outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
Where are you? Can you refer to, for me, Ms. Meserve, and connect us to the rebuttal?
I think it's most related to the efficacy of the mitigation measure, which is discussed on page 21 of his testimony. And whether the replacement water supply, whether the opinions about the ability to replace water supplies have taken into account all the potential impacts on those water supplies, for instance.
And I'll just note that testimony on page 21 is very specific to dewatering that would occur from construction or maintenance at those specific sites.
And I think, Ms. Meserve, we've been, to some extent,
Yeah.
we've touched on this before.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We can continue. Okay. So the next topic I had was with respect to the opinion 10, which has to do with the reduction of infiltration. And and I guess we could go to your testimony if that'd be helpful, maybe. Ms. Mullen, it's EWR 1015, it's on paragraph 13 is opinion 10. And so you point to the fact, Dr. Hatch, that there's not a liner underneath the tunnel muck storage piles. And that for that reason, it's not expected to reduce the ability for precipitation to recharge the site. Is that okay? Yeah. Paragraph 13.
So the clarification to that is I also say that the native soil conditions on site at the Twin Cities complex is such that it effectively would not change the recharge rates, because the recharge on site is already very low.
Yeah, with respect to that, have you calculated the recharge rate for pasture land?
At the Twin Cities complex site, that's in my rebuttal testimony. The pasture land consumptive use of that is included, as well as estimates of irrigation efficiency and runoff versus recharge amounts to calculate a number based on the applied estimate of applied water.
Going to page 16, lines 17 through 18 of your testimony, you identify the Twin Cities tunnel muck storage area as being 222 acres.
The approximate footprint of the reusable tunnel material storage is 204 acres. The permanent size of the site is 222, which also includes the tunnel launch shaft facility and some other things on that site.
Thank you for that clarification. And in reporting those acreages, did you do any of your own calculations as to the area that the 4.9 million cubic yards of tunnel muck material would take up?
Objection assumes facts, non-evidence, lacks foundation.
Well, he cited to DWR 1034, which is a page of the EIR, I believe. So I'm just.
And the statistics you mentioned, that's from the EIR,
Yeah.
the amounts of tunnel muck.
Yeah.
Let's
There's also.
It's actually reusable tunnel material is
Thank
the
you.
name in the EIR and all of the technical documents.
I think I'm allowed to call it tunnel muck if I would like.
I think the objection by Ms. Morris was to me using that term. In any case, I think we know what we're talking about. Do we need to
I'm
go
not
to the
clear.
EIR to look at the numbers?
Well, I mean, there's two sources of numbers, which I believe they're similar. And it may not matter, but there's the AHO 1005, page 118.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also DWR 1034, which is a handout about the same material by the DCA. So both of those for the Twin Cities site looks like are reporting, I believe, 4.9 million cubic yards of material. Is that right, Dr. Hatch?
Lax foundation still, we haven't seen the document or the numbers. What's in this document is acreage.
Well, let's go to
Okay.
Ms. Mullen, can we please
1030.
go to AHO 1005, please?
Okay.
Unless you don't want to spend your time this way, Ms. Mazur, I don't mean to
No, that's
require
fine.
you.
I'm trying to ask a question. 1005 page
118, it looks like,
yeah.
which may or may not be PDF 118. Let's see.
I
Looks
think it is.
promising.
Yeah.
There we are.
Yeah. So Twin Cities, well, the numbers are vary a little bit here, but so looking at, do you see where it talks about the Twin Cities complex there, Dr. Hatch?
I do, yes.
Yeah, so looking at that, did you do any of your own calculations as to the area that the 4.9 million cubic yards of material would take up?
I only looked at the GIS data that was available for Alternative 5, which is the with Delta Conveyance project proposed project. And so that's where I came out with the 204 acres of area for the reusable tunnel material based on that GIS information. Looks like this document shows 214 for the Twin Cities long-term, 214 acres at 15 feet high. I didn't calculate any volumes for what that would equate to in terms of total volume of reusable tunnel material now.
And so do you know whether this assumption of just looking at this figure here, 214 acres would assume that the sides would be sloped or whether they would be vertical for the 15 feet?
I don't know offhand. I'm sure we could scroll around and get clarity from the document. It would have to have some sort of slope to it. It can't have a vertical side and be stable.
So if the assumption was a vertical slope, that wouldn't work in your opinion?
No, I don't believe it would. 15-foot high vertical slope would not be stable.
Okay. And what type of material do you expect this tunnel muck to be?
Sorry, can you ask that again?
Like what kind of material do you expect it to be? And by that, I mean, would it be like gravelly or silt or mixed fines, or do you have any idea?
I mean, I think it would be a variety of soil from a length along the tunnel alignment. I mean, it's going to come across various different conditions. So I can't say whether it'd be any one thing in particular, but it's probably a certain amount of fines, some coarse material, but just given the location in the Delta estuary, it's going to be finer material.
And is your opinion that there was a misinterpretation or mischaracterization about infiltration based solely on the fact that Dr. Mell apparently assumed there would be a liner underneath the tunnel muck?
My response to Dr. Mell's testimony that there was would be a liner and that would reduce precipitation-based recharge. That's part of my my opinion is that there is no liner, so that itself would not cause a reduction. And then based on my analysis at the Twin Cities complex, due to the low infiltration rates expected on site based on the soil types, the recharge would not be appreciably affected by the reusable tunnel material. If anything, it would be equivalent, just you have more of it on site.
Now, once the tunnel material is excavated, how would it be placed? Is it dumped or is it placed in lifts, for instance?
Objection. This is outside the rebuttal testimony of this witness.
Well,
And how is this relevant? Please.
Sorry, go ahead, hearing officer.
No, I was asking you, please connect us to the rebuttal
Okay.
testimony.
Well, we're discussing whether the placement of the tunnel muck would reduce the rate of infiltration.
Understood.
So now
I'll-
I'm getting, yeah.
I'll allow that, please.
Okay. So shall I re-ask the question?
Yes, please.
Would the tunnel muck be dumped in piles, or is it your understanding that it would have to be placed in lifts, for instance, in order to be put into the Twin Cities site in the location that we've been discussing?
I think it's DWR, was it 1034 that has my reference for the DCA's reusable tunnel material thing describes the process of, first taking that material to the concrete lined areas to determine if it's contaminated or not. And then it would be applied to long-term stockpiles. And I believe it does say that it would be applied in lifts.
And then would heavy equipment be used to place each of those lifts likely?
Presumably over that area, there would be some heavy equipment involved.
And then would the heavy equipment have to travel back and forth over the top of each lift as it moved the material?
I would assume so, but that's not really in the scope of my testimony to determine how the soil will be dealt with on site afterwards. It's just the fact that the site has low infiltration rates and you're applying material to the top of it. And if there's already very low infiltration rates, you're not going to reduce it by much or at all based on the material. And since the material is variable in type, whether it's fines or coarse, your limiting factor is going to be the native soil conditions more so than anything that's added on top of it.
Isn't it true that compaction reduces soil porosity and permeability?
It can, yeah. Depends on the compaction ratio.
And don't the fines also fill the grit when these types of materials are compacted, which further reduces infiltration?
What do you mean when you say the fines fill the grit?
The fines in the soils as you move it around goes in between the larger particles.
I mean, it depends on how the soil, I guess, is mixed, but I think there's a lot of factors that go into what that ends up looking like in practice, just because when you're pulling material out of the tunnel, it depends on what you have to work with in that portion of the tunnel based on that comes out of it.
So the compacted lifts of tunnel muck 15 feet or more, 15 feet high, is it your opinion that they would be more or less permeable than the existing vegetated pasture?
Well, the existing soils on the site already have very low permeability. So my opinion is that likely it's not going to reduce the permeability further if, let's say, the the permeability was really high on site in the reusable tunnel material stockpiles, the native soil would be the limiting factor. And if it's the opposite, then you would have some time that would be, taking for that soil to, or that water to move through the soil, but likely it's going to run off to adjacent areas of the land that would be then again subject to the native soil conditions.
Doesn't vegetated land normally absorb more water than open soil?
Not necessarily.
Moving on to, I guess, let's go back if we could, Ms. Mullen, please, to page 17, line 16, which discusses the existence of drainage ditches, in your opinion, that irrigation water doesn't readily infiltrate the site. Let's see, line 16. Yeah. Do you see that statement on your testimony?
On line 16.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. The extensive drainage system indicates irrigation water does not readily infiltrate on site.
And Dr. Hatch, are you an irrigation expert?
I am not, but I'm using the information available to me to understand the site conditions based on what would happen to the groundwater system.
And do you have any expertise in agricultural irrigation practices?
To the extent it relates to groundwater modeling and estimating ag water demands and recharge.
In your professional opinion, do drainage ditches only occur where there is not ready infiltration?
Well, the main purpose of a drainage system is to collect water that, if it did infiltrate, wouldn't be there for the drainage system to exist.
Are you aware, Dr. Hatch, that agricultural ditches are used for many purposes?
Sure. Drainage ditches collect water and potentially provide an opportunity to reuse that water on the site. But if that water infiltrates, it doesn't get into the canal or the drainage ditch to be reused.
They can be used to drain stormwater as well, right?
It can.
Let's see. And then if we could look at paragraph 53, please. It refers to the soils database that you reviewed to understand site-specific conditions.
Mhm.
And just to understand this, is it true that you didn't ask to see the geotechnical borings that DWR conducted at this site in 2023 that yielded site-specific information regarding the soil composition?
I didn't know that they existed.
Would such information help inform your opinion about the site characteristics beyond just looking at soil maps, for instance?
Potentially. I was responding to Dr. Mell's calculations, which used no site-specific information. And so my use of the soils database that actually relates to mapped units at the Twin Cities complex provides a more site-specific value than what he was using for my rebuttal testimony.
And do you know the direction of the local land surface gradients on the Twin Cities, the proposed Twin Cities complex area?
I don't know off the top of my head. I would assume it's in what Lorette's 3 or 4, whatever that map is that I reproduced into my PowerPoint presentation.
Mhm. And you're aware that the Twin Cities complex proposed area is within the 100-year floodplain, right?
Didn't look at flood risk associated with the site.
Do you agree that it's within the 100-year floodplain, or would you like me to show you that?
Yeah, bring it up. I
Okay.
don't know off the top of my head that it is. Wouldn't be surprised, but
It's Ms. Mullen, this is in AHO 1052, which is chapter 7, I believe, of the EIR, the flood chapter. And it's on PDF page 9. Might have to. So I think the square to the on the far right is the Bethany alignment is most similar. Maybe zoom in a little so that Dr. Hatch could see it a little better.
And we're zooming in on C.
Yes, yeah,
Thank you.
And so the 100-year floodplain in this diagram is shown in the light blue area. And if we could scroll up just a little bit, please, Ms. Mullen. You see just north of Walnut Grove where the proposed Twin Cities complex is.
I do, yes.
See how that's within the light blue 100-year
Yep.
floodplain?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. So these agricultural ditches shown in Loretz 3, as you know, they carry stormwater toward larger bodies of water, right?
Objection, lacks foundation.
If you have an opinion, Dr. Hatch, please.
I mean, I would say off the bat that just because it's within the 100-year floodplain has no bearing on whether those ditches carry stormwater. But yeah, I can see that the fact that stormwater would fall on that site, just like excess irrigation water that doesn't infiltrate, it would use those same drainage canals.
So yeah, so the drainage canals, the agricultural drainage ditches shown in Loretz 3, for instance, they're not just carrying excess irrigation water, are they?
Calls for speculation. Asked and answered.
Dr. Hatch, if you have any knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can handle both stormwater and irrigation water during the irrigation season. The focus of my rebuttal testimony in terms of the drainage canals as an indicator of recharge are more specific to Dr. Mel's statements, which don't really talk about precipitation. So they're talking about the irrigation system. So the fact that the stormwater use case is also there still implies that that water has to be collected, because if it's not on, if it does infiltrate on site, then there would be less of a need to collect that water, that stormwater, and move it off site.
But agricultural drainage ditches are very common throughout all of agriculture, aren't they? Not just where there's where what you would call perhaps poor drainage.
Objection, calls for speculation. Also relevance
Yeah,
as it
where are we?
relates and outside the scope.
Thank you.
What I'm trying to get at is it appears that Dr. Hatch appears to be assuming that the presence of agricultural ditches in itself is indicating that water can't readily infiltrate the site, and that's the conclusion that I'm trying to test.
I believe my words are that it's an indicator of that, and that's why I followed up with looking at the soils information, which confirms that the soils are of a type that are fine that have a high runoff potential.
But you're aware, for instance, that farmers use cover crops, for instance, and similar to pasture land in order to increase permeability and take in runoff, right?
Is that true at the site?
Well, it's irrigated pasture land, isn't it?
Well,
Which
there's
is-
no mention of a cover crop. Just because it's irrigated pasture land doesn't mean there's a cover crop. If there's information you can bring up to show that this site has a cover crop, I'd like to see it.
Well, I already asked the question about the difference between compacted soil and pasture land and the permeability. So I will continue on. You had, if we could go back to the testimony, please, Ms. Mullen. I believe there might be like something missing from paragraph 12 on page 4. Either way, it says on line 6 to do what is suggested by.
Correct. Yeah. And that looks like the same issue that I corrected on my PowerPoint slides. So I removed the by, but it was suggested in Dr. Folia's testimony. So I could have either said by Dr. Folia or removed the by. So
Okay.
Yep.
No big deal. Thank you.
Mhm.
Let's see if we could go to page 23, which refers on paragraph 62 to 63 to the mapping of wells at DWR 1033 in the North Delta. And you mentioned that a detailed inventory would require access agreements here, is that right?
Correct.
On 9 and 10. Isn't it true that each domestic residence in rural areas not served by municipal water in this region would typically rely on a domestic well for their water supply?
I mean, oftentimes domestic wells are used where there are residences in rural areas. Sure.
So wouldn't it have been possible to use aerial images to estimate the number of homes and the corresponding likely number of domestic wells in the vicinity of the tunnel or other study area in order to come up with a map of likely wells?
That was beyond the scope of my rebuttal testimony in this case. Dr. Folia provided a similar table of wells, and so I performed a similar analysis to look at that, recognizing that there may be additional wells discovered during a pre-design or pre-construction well inventory that would be conducted based on what was said in mitigation measure groundwater number 1.
So there's no well inventory along the entire tunnel route. You have the one exhibit, which was very DWR 1033, which did not try to use aerial imagery. And
No, it uses publicly available data from the Department of Water Resources, which has the well completion report database.
so there was no other attempt to map wells using aerial imagery to estimate location of wells along the tunnel route and other construction areas, correct?
Objection asked and answered. Also, this appears to be outside the scope. And we have limitations in rebuttal as to what other people bring up. And these questions we can't control what other people bring up. We can only respond in rebuttal. And these questions seem to be going beyond the rebuttal testimony presented by Sacramento County Water Agency and being responded to in this rebuttal testimony.
I understand your opinion, Ms. Morris. Let me hear again the question we are at, Ms. Meserve.
Let's see. Well, we were 6263 says the inventory, let's see. It says a more detailed inventory requires access agreements, so I'm testing that.
And then what is the question, please?
Well, I'm just confirming really that there was no effort to map wells using available aerial information for the route, for the tunnel
No, I'm
route.
sorry, Ms. Meserve. I literally meant just what is the question we have on the table?
I was trying to ask whether there had been any effort to use the aerial imagery to map wells along the tunnel route.
I think that's within the scope here, and I'm pleased, Dr. Hatch.
So I'll say no, I didn't include any sort of aerial imagery analysis, mainly because while aerial imagery could be used to identify some locations, oftentimes those domestic wells are too small to be really affirmatively identified on the aerial imagery, and then you would have no information about the subsurface characteristics associated with those wells, which are also really important for looking at what that inventory was designed to do, which is decide whether or not to monitor in those locations and figure out whether or not the construction activities would need any sort of mitigation later on.
Let's see. And then I just had a couple questions about the slides, if we could go to that portion of your testimony, which is DWR 1016R. On slide 3, item 2B, you discuss the median. What is the level of change to the mean?
Where does it say mean?
Yeah.
We're looking at 2B. It says changes in median 50th percentile stream flow during October to December due to the Delta Conveyance project along the South American subbasin are 5%. So where does it say?
Oh, I was wondering, do you know what the level of change to the mean was that you calculated?
No, I didn't look at the mean, mainly because that's not the criteria used in the South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. They specifically call out the median value of stream flow during October to December.
And then going to slide 6, please, in the second bullet. Did this, and you mentioned the nodes, every node in the final EIR. Did that include all the nodes in the model?
Yes, over the entire Delta groundwater model domain. So every point where the model measures, or sorry, not measures, simulates a groundwater level associated with the model simulation.
And then, and that would also have include nodes that are up gradient as well as down gradient of the proposed tunnel?
Yes, anywhere.
Okay. And then going to slide 8, if we could, please. Is this the frequency of the average annual groundwater changes?
Sorry, can you clarify?
Is this showing the average annual groundwater change?
No, it's not.
Okay. what's the temporal measure here?
Monthly.
Monthly. And then if we go to slide 16, please. The second bullet, how far apart are those stream nodes?
It varies based on the changes in the model element size. I don't know off the top of my head what it looks like.
That would be within the delta GW model.
Correct. It's the spacing of the elements along the river in the delta groundwater model.
And then this might be is slide 17, the one that the hearing officer had the questions on. Could you explain what is being represented by the minimum, maximum, and mean in these tables? For example, is that the minimum of all the years in the full period of record that was analyzed under the minimum row?
So the minimum is the minimum change. So in that difference column, it's the smallest value, which is in this case a negative number, which indicates less recharge to the to groundwater from the river, and that is across. In this case, in the top it's a water year basis, and the bottom is a 6-month time basis.
And then slide 33, if we could go there. I think this is one that you had the change on. The gradient was based on a 6-year average here. And why do you think it's appropriate to use this long of an average gradient to perform the analysis?
See where are you looking where it says 6-year?
I'm not sure. Is it based on a 6-year average?
I don't believe it is. It's using the maximum depth to water at RMP 7, and then using the river stage. So we're calculating the gradient based on that, I believe.
And then if we could go to slide 41. So this involves the transmissivity from a test performed by Wood Rogers, right?
Mhm.
This would be, the test was undertaken during a no tunnel condition. So is it appropriate to use such a test to try to look at a with tunnel condition?
So this analysis was done purely under a no tunnel condition to understand the source of the water that comes to the hood well, which doesn't change under the with delta conveyance projects condition. It's the source of the well is going to be the source of the well.
I think with that, that's all my questions. Thank you for your time, Dr. Hatch.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Thank you, Dr. Hatch. I will look to the room. Are there others here with questions for Dr. Hatch? And I will warn you, I have some questions, which will take a little bit of time. All right, then with that, Dr. Hatch, thank you. Thank you for your patience and being with us all day here. I will do my best to, and thank you for walking me through the last questions that I had, and I will do my best here. I wanted to follow up on, let's see, Ms. Mullen, can we go back to the PowerPoint slide? I believe it's 1016R now. And go to slide 8. We can start with 8. I think it's these tables of results. Yes.
Mhm.
Wonderful. For these, well, I'm particularly interested in the, as it so happens, as the greater than 5% results. Where would I go? And I don't know if you know sitting here, but where would I go to see where those nodes are?
So I don't think we provided a map of where those are, but I guess I can represent to you that those changes here are going to be relatively close to where the tunnel alignment is, given that that's the main change between the baseline and with Delta Conveyance project simulations.
So there's nothing, is there somewhere there's nowhere in the record, even if it's not a map or locations of the nodes so that someone could look and see where those results were?
I don't believe so. I think it's just in tabular form.
Okay. Can we look? I think we had a map that, and so now I'm interested to see if there's a relationship here. Ms. Mullen, can we go to AHO 1057? So I believe this will be the EIR. And then we're going to go to page 8B-38, and I do not have a PDF page. Hold on, maybe I do. I think it's PDF page 38. And maybe if we can scroll down to the legend just so we can see where we are. Dr. Hatch, does this map the groundwater head difference layer? Does this have some relationship to the table we were just looking at? Is it based on the same data, or is there
It would be
something?
based on the same data, yes.
Okay, so this doesn't tell you where the nodes are, but it gives you a sense of the 1 to 2 foot head
Correct.
difference and the 2 to 3 foot head difference, although the dark red is limited, I think.
Right, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
So these were contoured based on the same results that were used to tabulate the table values.
And there's no map that you're aware of that shows the greater than 5. Well, those were in percentages, right? So
Right.
the 1 to 2 foot head difference, do you have any sense of what the percentage difference would be?
We'd have to look back at the table.
Yeah, okay. And thank you, Ms. Mullen. I think we can take this one down. This is shifting gears here. Did you, in your preparing your rebuttal testimony, did you look at potential impacts to groundwater dependent ecosystems outside of the harvest water program?
I did not look at really groundwater dependent ecosystem areas really broadly because those weren't things that were brought up in the rebuttal or in the testimony by the other parties.
Noted. Yep. Thank you. And then, Ms. Mullen, if we can please go back to the PowerPoint 1016R, and we're going all the way to slide 42. I don't know that we need this slide, but I like to look at pictures. Helps me remember what I was thinking. Okay, here we go. My understanding of your testimony was that you did not, in creating this graphic and these results, you did not incorporate influences from the operation of the DCP intakes themselves. Is that right?
Correct. This analytical approach, we did not include a with Delta Conveyance project scenario. The idea was, okay, we have the hood well that is kind of in the central part of that capture zone. And we wanted to look at the water source area from that well, from this analysis pre-project, we could determine that all the water came from the river. And so then understanding that, and understanding the fact that the tunnel doesn't provide a barrier that's much. There's that little 0.6 estimate or 0.04 foot estimate of change across there, but it doesn't change the flow across the tunnel. And so while the head changes slightly, the flow around the tunnel to the well would be the same as before. And then looking at the tunnel intakes themselves, we wanted to see, okay, how would the tunnel intakes then influence the ability of water to get to the hood well, and particularly in the left side where you see the smaller capture zone. That's the more average annual operating condition from the urban water management plan. It fits very nicely within there, and so there's no anticipated effect from the intakes under the maximum design capacity, which is the right figure. You do see that northern part of intake overlap with where the capture zone is, but given the river system and the shape of that, you could get the same capture zone area from the Sacramento River if that is shifted slightly down, which is entirely possible under these pumping conditions, or it could come from the north around the northern part of the intake on the north side.
And you wouldn't, is it correct that you don't expect the actual operation of the pumps to have an impact on these contours?
No, the flow rate through the well, even at 175 gallons per minute, is very small compared to the flow in the river. And so the recharge associated with the pumping from the well shouldn't make a difference.
And I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. I actually meant the pumping from the intakes, the pumping from the river.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so that how that would affect it there would be the change in river stage associated with the pumping from the intakes. And that change is small enough. First of all, it's only temporary during those higher flow conditions. And so the stage is already going to be elevated in the river beyond what it would be at the low flow conditions. And then on top of that, you would have the ability to more than meet that pumping capacity from the river based on what's remaining in the river.
Okay. And then it's also my understanding that you did not consider, and you're going to explain to me why, I think, but did not consider the potential impact of other water supply wells that might be in the vicinity. Is that right?
Correct. I didn't include that in this analysis. Particularly, the response was to the other parties, which were asking specifically about the hood well.
Are you aware of any other water supply wells in the vicinity that could have an impact on this?
I'm not sure if there's public supply wells that are in there. There are some domestic wells that are in the vicinity, but those are going to have very low operating rates that shouldn't affect conditions.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hatch. I appreciate that.
Mhm.
Then with that, I think to you, Ms. Carroll, do you have redirect, or do you want to take a break to decide whether, or Ms. Morris, to decide whether you have redirect?
We just have a couple questions. We can do it now.
Please.
Thank you. Dr. Hatch, do you recall a discussion with Mr. Ferguson regarding, and Ms. Mullen, if we could please pull up SASD 33. Thank you. regarding this document, Dr.
Yes,
Hatch.
I remember.
And you said you might have cited it in your testimony. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can we pull up what's been marked as DWR 23? And Dr. Hatch, is DWR 23 what you cited to in your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And would you agree that's a different technical memo than SASD 33?
It is, yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. And that was very limited, but I will look to the room. Is there any follow-up based on that very limited redirect? All right, then with that, Dr. Hatch, thank you so much for your patience and being with us all day until now. Your testimony is very much appreciated and you are excused.
Thank you.
Ms. Morris, you need a break.
Oh,
I mean,
well,
you need
yes.
a break to put your panel of witnesses together. I didn't mean you personally.
Yes, sometimes I do, but I do need to put our panel reset up. But also, I was just wondering now, given the time estimates for the aquatics, if I
Yes.
could call off terrestrial and maybe
Yes.
should we say 10 a.m. tomorrow?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. I'd have to look back. Certainly not until tomorrow. I was prepared to agree to that immediately.
What I have from the estimates that were provided was 180 minutes and about a 30-minute presentation. So it's 2 now. Well, we'll say in the morning and we'll check back in at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, I think that will be
Okay.
wisest. Before we break briefly, I did want to comment on, hopefully this is a helpful comment. It's intended to be constructive, which is, I think after hearing once again on the groundwater, I think after I heard from witnesses on some of these issues on case in chief, I had the same thought, which is, gosh, this really seems like there may be room for settlement discussion, and maybe you've had that in the background. I don't know. But just to reflect that this strikes me as the science is very complicated. There's also not a lot of what I would say the potential impacts in the record are somewhat limited. The information that the board would be working with. It also seems to me that the legal elements here are complicated. We have the Dr. Hatch relying upon the minimum thresholds from the GSP as a standard for injury, but applying them solely to the impacts of the DCP. And I have we haven't had briefing on this, and I'd be very curious to see that. But just my initial sense from that is it's complicated, and the legal issues are complicated, and the factual issues are complicated. And my concern is that we're going to get to the end of this, and the board may be in the position of thinking, look, an assessment of injury, well, either the board can find that there wasn't a showing of, and no, I'm saying the legal issues are complicated. So I'm not saying we're going in this direction. There's no prejudgment here. But if that's what happens on the legal, the board may be in this position of saying either we deny the petition outright because there's a lack of a showing of no injury, or the board's in this position of coming up with a physical solution on their own. And that seems really challenging to do in this way, which is why I wanted to once again bring up settlement conversations as maybe something that would be really productive here, at least to, if possible, to narrow the issues. I don't know if there's some that can be taken out of this, but I just wanted to bring that up to your attention as this seems like a thorny issue now that I've had actually a fair amount of experience now of identifying thorny issues as they come up, and one that might take some time for the board to work through as well, if the board was in the position of having to work through them. I understand there's a difference possibly of legal opinion as to where the standard is, and I'm not taking any position there. That would have to come out in closing briefs, but it may be that there's worthwhile, benefits to everyone of having a further discussion. So I just wanted to bring that up and flag it. And encourage all of you to talk to each other if you haven't already. With that, let's take do you need more than 10 minutes? I was going to give us 10 minutes and you can rearrange. Okay.
10 minutes should be sufficient.
Great. Let's take 10 minutes and come back at 2:16. We'll pick up with the next panel. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Looking to our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can now. Thank you.
Okay, I am ready.
Thank you very
you.
much. And I'll look to the hearing team. If you can please elevate our 3 witnesses. And welcome, we have Dr. Greenwood, Mr. Kurth, and Mr. Schreier. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute. And I will go ahead and administer the oath. I know this may be a second round, but we will do that. It's been a while. And I will start with Dr. Greenwood. If you would please come off mute and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I saw an I do. I did not hear an I do. So we should have checked the audio first. Let's try it again.
I do.
Thank you. We'll take that. And you've already been sworn under oath in this proceeding as well, so I think we can take that as well. Mr. Kurth, let's move to you. If you would please raise your right hand. And well, let's check the audio. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Excellent, and I can hear you. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Schreier, to you. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Wonderful.
Can you hear?
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good.
Thank you. And then with that, I will turn to you, Ms. Carroll. It seems to be you.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good afternoon, Dr. Greenwood, Mr. Kurth, and Mr. Schreier. I will start with Mr. Kurth. Mr. Kurth, is DWR 00828 a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes.
And is DWR 00827 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this hearing?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to your testimony at this time?
I do not.
Thank you. And Mr. Kurth, did you assist in preparing DWR 00807, the rebuttal testimony of Dr. Greenwood as it pertains to salmonids? Salmonids.
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 Yes. Yes, I did.
I've been doing this all day. I'm sorry. And then I'll go to Mr. Schreier. Mr. Schreier, is DWR 00826 a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes.
And is DWR 00825 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this hearing?
Yes.
And do you have any changes at this time?
I do not.
And Mr. Schreier, did you assist in preparing DWR 00807, the rebuttal testimony of Dr. Greenwood as it pertains to delta smelt and longfin smelt?
Yes, I did.
Great, thank you. And then Dr. Greenwood, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Have you previously testified in this hearing?
I have.
And is DWR 802 a true and correct copy of your CV that you previously submitted?
Yes, it is.
And is DWR 807 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any corrections to that testimony at this time?
Yes, I have several corrections.
And would you like to go through those at this time or as you go through your testimony?
I can do them just now. On page 4 of my testimony, written testimony, line 17, there is a reference to an AHO exhibit that should be changed to a DWR exhibit.
And Dr. Greenwood, would that be AHO 803?
Correct.
Thank you.
Then on page 9, lines 11 and 12, the sentence was meant to say DWR is required to coordinate with CDFW on site selection and restoration design. So adding the word on in that sentence.
Okay. Is that all the corrections, Dr. Greenwood?
No, several more.
Okay. Please proceed.
Page 18, footnote 18. This was meant to include a reference to the specific location within the ITP, which would be reference to AHO 065 as the exhibit, page 203. The next correction, page 33, line 5. This is meant to say any negative effect on California bay shrimp would not be unreasonable. So addition of the word effect in that sentence. Page 34, line 7, the word reduced should actually say reduce. So reduce instead of reduced. And the last one is page 41, line 20. The second half of the sentence should read, survival of juvenile Chinook salmon along the fish screen was at least similar to survival in the portion of the channel without the screen. And then reference to AHO 1099 is the exhibit. Page 1296, line 38 to page 12-97, line 10 is the another change there, so line 10. So just to summarize, that would be replacing the word fish screen with in the portion of the channel without the screen, and replace the line number on page 12-97 to line 10. And those are all my corrections.
Thank you, Dr. Greenwood. Just writing it right down with the captions while I have them. And then our DWR 803, 804, 110, 101R, 1121, 1163, 1118, and 809 through 824, true and correct copies of the exhibits you referred to or relied upon to support your rebuttal testimony.
They are.
Great. And then did you also refer to or rely on AHO 001, 61 through 65, 1005, 1099, 1100, and 1102?
I did.
Great. And is DWR 808 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint summarizing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any corrections to that PowerPoint at this time?
No, I don't.
Okay. And I'll submit to the hearing officer and the parties that we will provide a red line later this evening to the service list for the corrections that Dr. Greenwood mentioned.
Thank you.
And with that, Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up DWR 808. And then Dr. Greenwood, if you could please proceed with summarizing your testimony when you are ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, hearing officer and board members. My name is Maren Greenwood. I'm an aquatic ecologist with ICF. I previously testified in the case-in-chief portion of this proceeding. Next slide, please. My summary rebuttal testimony is arranged by protestant witness. First, I summarize my rebuttal of Dr. Rosenfield's opinions regarding DCP effects related to Chinook salmon, white and green sturgeon, longfin and delta smelt, and estuarine habitat. Then I summarize my rebuttal of Dr. Swanson's opinions related to DCP diversions and fish screens and climate change analysis. And lastly, I summarize my rebuttal of Mr. Bradshaw's comments regarding geographic scope, followed by a conclusion. Next slide, please. So beginning with Dr. Rosenfield's opinions regarding Chinook salmon, he opined that potential DCP temperature effects must receive more study. He downplays quantitative modeling included in the effects analysis and did not recognize that water temperature modeling was conducted for all months of the year. Dr. Rosenfield also does not present the full context with respect to the papers he cites, which I elaborate on in my written rebuttal testimony. For example, Exhibit BK104, the study by Bashevkin and Maharja 2022, stated on pages 11 to 12 that the goal of this study is not to recommend the use of freshwater flow to manage water temperature, but rather to better understand the temperature changes we would expect based on the amount of freshwater flow that enters the system, and in effect, how we can expect water temperatures to change across dry versus wet years. These authors also noted on page 15 of their paper that further study is needed to assess atmospheric influences, such as air temperature, for example, if dry years are hotter on average than wet years. Next, Dr. Rosenfield opined that DWR predicts declines in through-delta survival for juvenile Chinook salmon, which he suggests will compromise viability and further jeopardize fisheries. I respond that the final EIR concluded there was potential for a significant impact and included mitigation, with the DCP-ITP including various conditions of approval to minimize and fully mitigate effects. Dr. Rosenfield also mischaracterizes through-delta survival information in the context of National Marine Fisheries Service survival objectives, which I rebut by discussing that these were derived from a prior version of a through-delta survival model and are not suitable for comparison. Dr. Rosenfield discussed life cycle model results and suggested that the OBAN life cycle model made assumptions regarding near-field mortality, which I rebut by clarifying that assumptions represented any additional mortality, not just near-field mortality. Dr. Rosenfield appeared to place little weight on the results of the winter run Chinook salmon life cycle model, which is regarded by CDFW as the best available life cycle model and suggested marginally positive results for DCP relative to existing conditions. The DCP-ITP requires DWR to fund development and refinement of winter run and spring run Chinook salmon life cycle models to further assess DCP construction, operations, and maintenance effects. With respect to flow effects on habitat occupancy, Dr. Rosenfield suggests that DCP is expected to decrease frequency of flows in the range where habitat occupancy becomes highly flow dependent. The difference between scenarios Dr. Rosenfield mentions is 1% of months, and Dr. Rosenfield shows a single flow threshold, 750 cubic meters per second, whereas the study he cites provides a range of flows, 500 to 750 cubic meters per second. DCP diversions are increasingly constrained as flow decreases. Dr. Rosenfield characterizes the analysis of predation effects at the North Delta intakes as limited, but the effects analysis reviewed available studies. The DCP-ITP application proposed and the DCP-ITP requires a number of studies to validate limited negative near-field effects such as predation and inform the need for adaptive management. Dr. Rosenfield appears to incorrectly assume the Georgiana Slough salmonid migratory barrier is mitigation for DCP operations, which it is not. Barrier efficacy assumptions were applied to DCP and existing conditions because the barrier is required as part of long-term SWP operations. Dr. Rosenfield also misinterprets the results of modeling with different assumptions related to barrier efficacy, as I describe in more detail in my written rebuttal testimony. Lastly, Dr. Rosenfield opined that mitigation for North Delta hydrodynamic effects is speculative and not reasonably likely to occur. This mitigation is required by the DCP-ITP, and DWR and Reclamation have undertaken a considerable acreage of restoration to meet previous mitigation requirements. Dr. Rosenfield appears to confuse the purpose of the mitigation as intending to provide direct benefit as opposed to its main purpose of offsetting potential negative hydrodynamic effects. He suggests there are risks to tidal habitat restoration, to which I respond that potential impacts of restoration would be addressed with project-specific environmental analysis and compliance. Next slide, please. With respect to white sturgeon, Dr. Rosenfield opined that DCP is likely to have negative effects on recruitment as a result of reduced delta outflow. Correlations between white sturgeon recruitment and delta outflow are due to an unknown mechanism that could involve both upstream and delta factors with broad prediction intervals. Operational criteria limit potential outflow differences, and the DCP-ITP requires compensatory mitigation and funding. The DCP-ITP also requires DWR to fund development and refinement of the white sturgeon lifecycle model to further assess effects of DCP and ensure compliance with biological criteria. The ITP includes biological criteria for all species, not just white sturgeon, and I'll provide additional reference to these biological criteria later in this summary for longfin smelt and delta smelt. Dr. Rosenfield mischaracterizes the DCP effects analysis as assuming zero near-field impacts on white sturgeon, but cites portions of the effects analysis noting the risk of entrainment and the percentage of flow diverted. The DCP-ITP requires a study of food web and larval fish entrainment, including white sturgeon, and larval entrainment mortality will be another factor to be addressed with the white sturgeon lifecycle model that I previously mentioned. Dr. Rosenfield speculated that reduced turbidity and water depth as a result of DCP diversions will allow sunlight to penetrate through more of the water column, and that this is highly likely to increase predation rates on both white and green sturgeon juveniles and larvae. I rebut this in my written testimony by noting the small percentage of sediment estimated to be entrained relative to the levels of changes in turbidity that resulted in increased predation in the lab study that Dr. Rosenfield cited. I also rebut the water depth claim by cross-referencing to the small differences in water levels described by Amardeep Singh. Dr. Rosenfield opined that DWR ignores evidence that poaching and stranding may turn shallow tidal and floodplain environments into population sinks for white sturgeon. Some of the studies he cites are related to stranding behind floodplain weirs and therefore are not relevant to tidal habitat restoration. The reference he cites related to tidal habitat is from Puget Sound, which has higher tidal range and lower temperature than the Bay Delta, and most fish survive stranding. The DCP-ITP requires efficacy of tidal habitat restoration for all covered species to be studied, including white sturgeon, with results incorporated into life cycle models to ensure compliance with biological criteria. For green sturgeon, Dr. Rosenfield opined that screens designed to prevent salmon entrainment are not necessarily effective for screening green sturgeon. Studies he cites have limited relevance for DCP, either because they are related to unscreened diversions or because they tested screen configurations not representative of the proposed North Delta intakes. Laboratory studies indicate that the 0.2 feet per second approach velocity would protect green sturgeon from impingement. The absence of entrainment risk and low approach velocity to limit impingement risk addresses the concerns expressed by a paper cited by Dr. Rosenfield related to diversions during the first fall and/or winter runoff events related to entrainment and mortality. Next slide, please. Dr. Rosenfield opined that under the DCP-ITP, flows associated with longfin smelt population growth are expected to occur 6% less often relative to the baseline. The flow threshold is based on a 2017 report, including data up to 2016, and my rebuttal testimony demonstrates that there is evidence that outflow abundance index relationships have changed over time, including a non-statistically significant relationship from 2013 to 2024 for the fall midwater trawl abundance index. To illustrate how this looks, Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up page 19 of my written testimony, exhibit DWR 00807. Thank you. If you scroll down to the figure there. Thanks. The purple shaded line is the most recent ecological regime previously identified by CDFW, which is a flatter relationship than prior regimes and not statistically significant. This type of outflow abundance index relationship does not account for other factors, such as adult abundance and ecological regime, which were included in the DCP-ITP application analysis and gave small difference in abundance indices between DCP and baseline and considerable overlap in prediction intervals. The DCP-ITP requires DWR to work collaboratively with CDFW to reduce the effect of DCP operations on larval and juvenile longfin smelt through development of an operational scenario best achieving biological criteria. This includes the requirement that DWR fund development and refinement of the longfin smelt lifecycle model and update it to assess DCP construction, operations, and maintenance effects. Thanks for pulling up that document. We can return to the slideshow. And that's it, yes. Dr. Rosenfield also opined that DWR fails to disclose recent approval or support of changes to water diversions that will harm longfin smelt in ways that are additive to DCP, which appears to be related to existing SWP, CVP operations and other projects. I rebut this by noting that updated calcium-3 modeling accounts for changes in SWP, CVP operations, with associated permits to limit potential effects to longfin smelt, and that other projects such as Sites Reservoir were considered in the DCP analysis and have their own permits and associated minimization and mitigation measures. Dr. Rosenfield opined that modeling of DCP effects on delta outflow does not include entrainment and that entrainment is additive to delta outflow effects. Entrainment may be part of the delta outflow relationship, but regardless, potential South Delta entrainment would be limited by SWP and CVP permits for South Delta operations, with recent published studies indicating low population level losses of longfin smelt larvae to South Delta entrainment. Entrainment will be one of the effects to be considered in use of the longfin smelt lifecycle model to quantify the effects of DCP as part of DCP-ITP requirements and ensure biological criteria are being achieved. Dr. Rosenfield generally opined that tidal habitat restoration is not supported as mitigation for impacts on longfin smelt. Tidal habitat would expand the diversity, quantity, and quality of longfin smelt rearing and refuge habitat, consistent with recent tidal habitat mitigation required for potential outflow impacts on the species. Research is ongoing to understand the effects of tidal habitat restoration for longfin smelt, and in my written rebuttal I cite monitoring showing larval longfin smelt of similar sizes to larvae collected in reference and adjacent water body sites. Tidal habitat restoration efficacy must be studied as a requirement of the DCP-ITP to ensure compliance with biological criteria, and the DCP-ITP requires that compensatory mitigation, including tidal habitat restoration, is complete before DCP operations begin. Dr. Rosenfield focuses solely on tidal habitat restoration in discussion of longfin smelt avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures, but ignores other measures which I discuss in my rebuttal testimony. These include the measure I previously mentioned related to DWR working collaboratively with CDFW to reduce the effect of DCP operations, as well as contributing to funding to support and augment implementation of the existing longfin smelt culture program. Other relevant measures include fish screens and approach velocity, limiting North Delta intake entrainment and impingement risk, and an optimization study to inform joint North and South Delta SWP operations, including minimization of impacts to DCP ITP covered fish species. Next slide, please. Dr. Rosenfield opined that DCP operations will generally reduce delta smelt population growth rates based on the delta smelt life cycle model with entrainment results from the DCP-ITP application. The full range of results from that model includes greater population growth rate under DCP in some years, and the larger negative differences tend to be greatest in years with positive population growth rate. These results generally reflect less outflow needed to meet delta salinity requirements under DCP, and this type of effect will be important to consider as part of the optimization study informing joint North and South Delta SWP operations that I previously mentioned for longfin smelt. As with other species, the DCP-ITP requires DWR to fund development and refinement of delta smelt life cycle models and provide data to consider in life cycle model updates to quantify the effect of DCP and ensure compliance with biological criteria. Also in the context of outflow effects on delta smelt, Dr. Rosenfield opined that there is evidence for increased outflow during fall months, increasing recruitment the following spring. I rebut this in my written testimony by discussion of the sources cited by Dr. Rosenfield, which do not provide strong support for the strong effect that he suggested during cross-examination. Dr. Rosenfield opined that DWR's modeling indicates that cumulative entrainment of delta smelt larvae will increase in March to June of most years under DCP. This characterization is misleading because it does not provide full context, for example, by taking into account the magnitude of differences. Risk of entrainment would be minimized by inclusion of ongoing regulatory requirements. Dr. Rosenfield cites a paper by Smith et al. 2021 supporting his opinion that any additional entrainment-related mortality is inconsistent with maintaining delta smelt in the wild. I noted in my rebuttal that the same paper notes that actions to limit entrainment losses in winter and spring from the 2008 and 2019 U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service biological opinions were successful in reducing mortality. The same paper also speaks to supplementation of delta smelt, for which numbers of released fish have been increasing. These efforts will be important to account for in the future assessments of potential DCP effects required by the DCP-ITP. Regarding avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures, Dr. Rosenfield opines that DCP relies on summer-fall habitat provisions of the 2024 biological opinions and SWP-ITP to ameliorate or avoid effects of DCP operations, and that the recent announcement that reclamation would not implement Fall X2 means that delta smelt would not receive the full benefit of estuarine habitat actions. My rebuttal cites back to the rebuttal of Fall X2 issues I touched on previously, And I also note that Dr. Rosenfield does not acknowledge the DCP-ITP requirement that DWR work collaboratively with CDFW to assess DCP effects on the summer-fall habitat action and operate the Sassoon Marsh salinity control gates for additional days if necessary. Dr. Rosenfield mistakenly cites the DCP-ITP as requiring 18.26 acres of tidal perennial habitat restoration for DCP operations impacts. In fact, this acreage is for construction impacts, and there is a further 1,352 acres required for operations impacts. There is also over 1,500 acres of shallow freshwater spawning habitat required by the DCP-ITP related to potential loss of access to spawning habitat. Dr. Rosenfield opines that various studies show that delta smelt food supplies do not benefit from tidal marsh restorations, which I rebut by noting that these studies either supported tidal wetlands giving improved foraging for delta smelt, or else support the need for further work to better understand tidal habitat restoration effects as required by the DCP-ITP. Next slide, please. On the topic of estuarine habitat, Dr. Rosenfield opined that DCP operations will lead to annual reductions of 2 to 6% in the number of starry flounder juveniles rearing in the San Francisco estuary, and is more likely than not to increase negative effects of SWP operations on this valuable fishery. As I noted in my prior testimony, outflow effects would be further minimized by operational criteria, and the differences between DCP and baseline in March to June delta outflow correlated with starry flounder tend to be lower for the DCP ITP operational criteria than final EIR operational criteria. Starry flounder are wide-ranging and occur broadly along the Pacific coast, also limiting the potential for negative effects in the ocean and fisheries. Dr. Rosenfield opined that bay shrimp will decline in all year types as a result of DCP operations. As I noted in my prior testimony, outflow effects would be further minimized by operational criteria, and the differences between DCP and baseline in March to May delta outflow correlated with bay shrimp tend to be lower for the DCP ITP operational criteria than final EIR operational criteria. The final EIR analyses showed mean abundances that were 1 to 4% less under DCP than baseline, and I noted that when I re-examined the outflow abundance index relationship with more recent data, it was not statistically significant. Dr. Rosenfield opined that DCP operations are projected to reduce availability in the estuary of zooplankton prey species in spring, summer, and fall months. In rebuttal, I note that the differences between scenarios in spring were small, 2% or less, and much less than the range in the prediction intervals. Although Dr. Rosenfield suggests that DWR dismisses the importance of fall outflow on Pseudodiaptomus forbici, the DCP-ITP application in fact discussed this topic at some length and cited the same papers as Dr. Rosenfield and other papers both supporting and not supporting relationships with delta outflow. The DCP-ITP application did not include quantitative analysis of Pseudodiaptomus forbici and outflow because the regressions were not statistically significant. For the fall, statistically significant relationships were limited to 2 taxa, which comprise limited portions of the diet. Other more prevalent taxa did not have statistically significant regressions. Dr. Rosenfield also mentioned that the effects of outflow are in addition to direct entrainment of zooplankton at the North Delta intakes. The DCP-ITP application found that potential entrainment of phytoplankton carbon was low, meaning rarely more than 5% of delta standing stock, and small in relation to in situ production and losses to clams. Dr. Rosenfield also reiterated his opinions related to tidal habitat restoration effects on food web materials, which I discussed previously related to longfin smelt and delta smelt. Next slide, please. Moving on to the testimony of Dr. Swanson, she opined that the addition of two new large water diversion structures in close proximity to each other and within preferred habitat and migratory pathways for fish species will cause significant direct harm. I rebut this by noting that both the DCP final EIR and CDFW's CEQA findings related to CISA-listed fish species concluded impacts to be less than significant. Dr. Swanson suggested that DWR's reliance on future studies and adaptive management to reduce diversion and fish screen impacts on fishes is uncertain and insufficient to support a conclusion that the harmful impacts of the DCP's new water diversions can or will be mitigated. In response, I noted in my rebuttal testimony first that the effects analysis used best currently available information. Second, that the DCP proposed a number of studies beginning in advance of project operations to address baseline conditions and potential effects related to initial and long-term operations. And third, that Dr. Swanson had not reviewed the DCP ITP, which includes numerous requirements for monitoring, notification, science, and reporting, take minimization and mitigation, each with associated deadlines for completion. Dr. Swanson amended her initially submitted testimony to acknowledge that species other than Chinook salmon were addressed in the analysis of potential fish screen impacts, but did not fully acknowledge analyses for other species. She stated that analyses of impingement, screen contact, and passage for the North Delta intakes were conducted for Chinook salmon and delta smelt only, which is presumably referring to quantitative analysis. Other species were addressed qualitatively because of lack of statistical relationships. Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up exhibit DWR-01163. This is a report on fish screening that Dr. Swanson co-authored. Please go to page 31, bullet 4. Dr. Swanson concurred during cross-examination that this report states, within the geographic range and/or critical habitat of the delta smelt, fish screen criteria based on the requirements of this delicate species will provide adequate protection for all other potentially affected species that were tested in the fish treadmill studies. Please go to page 8 of this document, Ms. Mullen. And if you could scroll down a little to the second paragraph. Thanks. The second paragraph shows that the other tested species were Chinook salmon, steelhead, green sturgeon, and Sacramento splittail. The approach velocity criterion for the proposed North Delta intakes is 0.2 feet per second per the US Fish and Wildlife Service criteria for delta smelt. If you could return to the PowerPoint summary, please. Thanks. With respect to fish screen sweeping velocity, Dr. Swanson incorrectly cited superseded National Marine Fisheries Service guidelines for 0.4 feet per second sweeping velocity, whereas current guidelines state design sweeping velocities should never be less than the design approach velocity and should not decrease along the length of the screen. The DCP ITP includes instantaneous bypass flow requirements of at least 10,000 CFS during November through July to address the current guidelines stating that sweeping velocities between 0.8 and 3 feet per second are generally considered optimal. Regarding intake design, Dr. Swanson mischaracterized the North Delta intake screens as approximately 30 times longer than fish screens in the Columbia River. The individual screen units are actually similar in length to the screens in the Columbia River and are not connected with fully opaque material, as she stated in her oral testimony. Dr. Swanson stated that the DCP fish screen design differs from other long fish screens in not including any intermediate bypasses, but she did not know that the bypasses at the Glencalusa fish screen she cited are not in operation. My written rebuttal cites 2 studies of the Glencalusa fish screen showing that survival was relatively high without functioning bypasses. I also note that DCP includes various minimization and mitigation measures in order to address potential near-field effects. And in addition to the measures described in my prior testimony, the DCP ITP requires mathematical and physical hydraulic modeling, for example, to confirm hydraulic performance and refine baffle configuration to facilitate uniform fish screen approach velocity. Related to climate change analysis, Dr. Swanson opined that DCP's final EIR uses an inappropriate, outdated, and unadjusted hydrological baseline, the CalCIM-3 monthly hydrological dataset for 1922 to 2015. As I noted in my previous testimony, the DCP ITP application used an extended modeling period up to 2021. The ITP application also provided additional biological modeling to CDFW using hydrology adjusted for the last 30 years of climate conditions, of which I provide an example in my written rebuttal testimony. I also note in my written rebuttal that DWR is required to use best available science to continue to support and refine life cycle models and verify them with field data collection as a quantitative tool to characterize the effects of abiotic and biotic factors, including climate change, on covered fish species populations. Dr. Swanson opined that DWR's analyses for the DCP are biased toward the assumption that the hydrological conditions in which the DCP will be operating will be wetter, with fewer multi-year droughts than they have been for the past few decades, and that the effect of this bias is that the final EIR analyses overestimate the water supply benefits and underestimate the environmental impacts of the DCP. It is unclear why assumptions of different hydrological conditions would underestimate the environmental impacts of the DCP, given that DCP diversion criteria are not fixed at a constant rate, and indeed are more restrictive with less Sacramento River flow upstream of the proposed North Delta intakes. Next slide, please. Lastly, regarding the testimony of Mr. Bradshaw, he appeared to misunderstand the geographic scope of potential DCP effects because his testimony discussed DCP operations in the upper Sacramento River, for example. My prior written testimony indicated minimal differences between DCP and existing conditions in the upper Sacramento River based on a screening level summary, consistent with the summary provided by Amardeep Singh. During cross-examination, Mr. Bradshaw also was not able to confirm if salmon nests, or reds, would be downstream of the DCP's proposed North Delta intakes. My rebuttal testimony clarifies that the intakes would be approximately 26 to 204 river miles downstream of the nearest and farthest spawning locations I am aware of. Next slide, please. Based on my rebuttal testimony and the case-in-chief testimony that I previously provided, I conclude that the DCP's operational criteria, mitigation measures and adaptive management, together with AMMs and mitigation measures associated with construction, will reasonably protect salmonids, delta smelt and longfin smelt, green sturgeon and white sturgeon, and other fish and aquatic species of management concern included in the final EIR. That concludes the summary of my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Dr. Greenwood. If we can please elevate Mr. Busher. And then I will find out if I'm starting with you, Mr. Busher. Good afternoon, Mr. Busher.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I think I'm first today. I think I've got about, I don't know, somewhere between 60 and 90 minutes.
Great, thank you. Do you happen to know who is next, or should I leave that?
I think it's going to be Mr. Flanders and Mr. Spain last. I don't know if we get to all three of us today or not.
Understood. Thank you so much. And with that, I will turn things over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Greenwood.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Mullen, we could put Dr. Greenwood's testimony on the screen, DWR 807, please. And I'll start on page 3, paragraph 6. Dr. Greenwood, do you agree that Chinook salmon smolts must transit the delta before water temperatures reach 20 degrees Celsius or mortality is near 100%?
I know they have high mortality, as I state there, lines 18 to 19. I'm not sure that it's near 100%, but certainly high mortality at 20. Above
you
20,
define what you mean?
above 20 degrees Celsius.
Can you define what you mean by high mortality?
I believe I was just citing the general characterization by Nobrega et al. So I would have to look at that source document to see if it was consistent with the characterization that you're asking as far as near 100%. I don't recall. It was
sorry, go ahead.
All I was going to say was I don't recall the specifics of what the assessment was in that case for that paper.
And that's fair. Is it fair to say that your description of high mortality is meant to be consistent with that paper?
That's fair. I think I just used the similar language to what the paper had said.
Okay. Thank you. And then starting at line 20, after that citation to Nobrega, you say that even if the inflow temperature relationships were representative of the DCP effects on water temperature, those effects would be minor because operational criteria further restrict diversions during low flow conditions. Can you define what you mean by minor or small?
Sorry, can we just
It continues on to the next page.
Yeah, scroll to the next page just so I can see. I think by minor, I was just generally meaning if there were effects, and such effects would have been, as I mentioned earlier in that sentence, I believe, contrary to the modeling that we have, if there were effects, I would expect those to be very minor in terms of the actual effects of DCP affecting temperature and therefore affecting the cells. So minimal differences relative to no diversions.
Do you think a 1 degree change would be minor?
1 degree change in temperature?
Correct.
I don't think I was implying a 1 degree change in temperature. I was just meaning whatever the temperature change that there would be very small, and therefore any biological effect resulting from that would be minor in terms of the difference relative to if the diversions weren't occurring.
Do you think a 1 degree change in water temperature would be a small change as you've just described it?
I mean, a 1 degree change or 1 degree difference, if it was something that was specific to, or just generally, it would depend, I think, where you are in a range of water temperature. As far as 1 degree, there could be some importance of 1 degree if you're getting close to a threshold or something like that where there's accelerated negative effects on a species. But that's not the case I saw for the information that we had for DCP, at least.
Okay, and I understand you disagree with the conclusion based on the modeling. I'm trying to ask a separate question, so I appreciate that. caveat. If we started at 19 degrees, would a 1 degree increase be of small or minor biological effect for salmon smolts migrating through the delta?
There could be an effect. I would probably be needing to go back to, some of the papers that have studied that to examine the nature of the relationships where they may have like a continuous curve, for example, showing temperature on one axis and survival or whatever it may be on the y-axis as a response. So, the difference between 19 and 20, again, I'd have to look, but there certainly could be potential for greater negative effects with that 1 degree change.
Okay, thank you. And of those papers that you would want to look at, Nobriga would be one of them, correct?
I think that would be one, certainly the one that was being cited in this context.
Okay. Do you agree that between April and June, there's a statistically significant inverse relationship between monthly mean river inflow and monthly mean water temperature in the delta for the Sacramento River?
Sorry, can you repeat the specifics of the?
Yep, I'd be happy to. Do you agree that between April and June, there's a statistically significant inverse relationship between monthly mean river inflow and monthly mean water temperature in the delta for the Sacramento River?
That sounds familiar, maybe perhaps even from that same paper. So I believe that paper found that, is my recollection, the Nobriga et al. Paper that we referenced, that we were discussing.
Yep. And do you disagree with that conclusion?
I don't disagree with the conclusion. It's the result, I believe, of a statistical analysis.
Okay, thank you. And then you describe the inflows or the temperature effects occurring at flows well below 35,000 CFS typically. Can you describe what well below means in that context?
Sorry, could you point me to where I'm making that statement, just so I can get the full
Yeah, give me a second.
context?
So it's on page 3, lines 19 through 20. You say such temperatures referring to above 20 degrees Celsius only occurring at low inflow well below 1,000 cubic meters per second or 35,000 CFS in May or June. I just want to know what well below means.
I'd have to look at the paper. I don't remember off by heart. I think I referenced there figure 8 from Nobriga et al. I'd have to really look at that figure just to remind myself.
Okay. And then if we could go back to the following page, page 4, the end of paragraph 6. You indicate in lines, 6 through 9, that the ITP, there are restrictions for diversions for April and May, and that those restrictions extend into June until monitoring indicates that 95% of winter run and spring run Chinook salmon have exited the delta. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Do you agree that fall run migrate through the delta in June as well?
I believe they do.
And the ITP, because it applies to endangered species, does not apply to that, does not extend that condition to fall run, correct?
It doesn't specifically extend that condition to those to fall run. I think there's certainly temporal overlap between those species, those runs.
Farther down on this page and continuing on to the following page in paragraph 7, you have a lengthy discussion of the various winter run models that were used by DWR in the ITP application and in the final EIR, correct?
Paragraph 7 that we're looking at just now, I think starts off generally with through delta survival models, juvenile Chinook salmon models.
Correct.
And then I'd have to see the next page if we transition there to speaking to the specifically, I think you were asking about winter run.
And that was my
yeah.
Let me pause you there. That's my mistake. I meant the through delta survival models. So I appreciate that clarification.
Okay.
Based on your experience and professional judgment, are current juvenile Chinook salmon through delta survival rates consistent with rates that the National Marine Fisheries Service has identified as necessary to support recovery?
I'm not sure. Well, if in terms of the National Marine Fisheries Service rates that you're asking about, if you're meaning these ones that are here, that are mentioned in relation to Dr. Rosenfield's original testimony, I'm not sure. I think it really depends on the different studies that get done, the technology that gets used, the specific fish. I know that the survival objectives that were done by National Marine Fisheries Service, based on my recollection, that are from the recovery plan, were based on some preliminary modeling that was being done with the Delta Passage model back in perhaps 2014 or earlier when the recovery plan was being written. And so I think it's challenging to say specifically whether the through delta survival from various other studies are higher or lower than that, given that that was a specific thing coming out of a particular modeling effort. So overall, I would say I'm not sure.
And when you're describing a particular modeling effort, you're referring to the 57% survival objective that is at lines 4, starts at lines 4 of your testimony here, correct?
Yes, that's what I was intending to reference.
And are you aware of any studies that show 57 or greater % through delta survival for winter run Chinook salmon?
I'd have to look back through the studies. I believe some, so these are acoustic tag releases. I believe some releases have reached those levels. But again, I'd have to really look at different studies. And I think overall, and this was a point I was trying to get across in my rebuttal testimony, the fact that this was based on a particular modeling effort and also reflected prior field studies with a certain acoustic tag technology, I think even for a different run than winter run, means that more recent studies that are actually based on winter run, they're not necessarily dealing with the same, they're not necessarily an apples to apples comparison, if you like.
Setting aside what modeling or acoustic tagging studies we are using, do you believe that existing through delta survival rates are sufficient to support recovery for winter run?
I'm not sure if, given all of the different factors in the life cycle for winter run, the extent to which through delta survival is currently at that level to support, or whatever your phrase was, as far as supporting recovery. I'm not sure that I've seen it analyzed in some way that would really allow me to make that determination.
All right, fair enough. We could go to the following page, page 6, look at paragraph 8. You describe, this is the winter run life cycle models that you're describing here. And at lines 13 and 14, you note 11 through 14, one specific life cycle model suggested marginally positive results for the DCP relative to existing conditions. Do you see that?
I see that.
Do you agree with DWR's determination that the weight of the evidence show a decrease in through delta survival for winter run, despite that one life cycle model result?
I agree that the overall weight of evidence suggested the potential for negative effects.
Do you have an opinion about the mechanism that would have caused that winter run life cycle model to show a potential positive effect?
That was something that we aimed to investigate more. I think it seemed like it was relating to the various representations of North Delta and South Delta effects, and the different ways that the different life cycle models capture through delta survival effects, for example. That winter run Chinook salmon life cycle models uses an enhanced particle tracking modeling module for through delta survival, which could represent different effects of the North Delta versus the South Delta effects of the project compared to these other models.
So I am not a modeler or a fish biologist, so I want to make sure I understood that. Your belief is, one, we need to better understand why that result came about. And two, it's more likely a result of something in the model as opposed to something related to how the DCP changed flow in the Sacramento River. Is that a fair, non-technical summary?
Objection, compound question.
Overruled. It's just a complicated question. Dr. Greenwood, please.
Sorry, could you repeat it? I think I got it, but
yeah. So, your opinion about why we have this one result that shows a potential positive effect with the weight of the evidence showing a potential negative effect is that it's more likely something to do with how the model works than something to do with the effects that the DCP has on flow.
I don't, those aren't necessary. I wouldn't say, I think it is relating to different representation by the models, the different models that we have available. But I don't think it's necessarily simply a, if you will, a modeling artifact. It's just different models represent the information going into them in different ways. So the winter on Chinook salmon life cycle model includes, as I mentioned, enhanced particle tracking modeling based on DSM-2 information for, as I understand it, all of the channels within the delta. Whereas, for example, the IOS life cycle model is largely based on statistical relationships between flow and survival, for example, or South Delta exports and survival. And so in the IOS model, in contrast to the winter on Chinook salmon life cycle model, there's the effect of South Delta exports is relatively flat, maybe even slightly positive based on the data that went into that model. Whereas the winter on Chinook salmon life cycle model is reflecting movement of particles that have a behavior assigned to them that's representative of the movement of juvenile Chinook salmon. And so they're just different representations of juvenile Chinook salmon response to the same underlying modeling information that's going in as far as the DSM-2, or in some cases it's calcium information.
Okay. In your professional opinion, do you think it is more likely than not that DCP operations will increase abundance of winter run Chinook salmon?
Objection, this is outside the scope of this witness's rebuttal testimony.
Lines 11 through 14 cite modeling suggesting marginally positive results in DCP relative to existing conditions. It's well within.
Fair, please, Dr. Greenwood.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
In your professional opinion, is it more likely than not that DCP operations will increase the abundance of winter run Chinook salmon?
I think the DCP has potential for negative effects on winter on Chinook salmon. So I haven't really characterized in the analyses I've done. I've not really necessarily looking at more likely than not increasing abundance, but certainly looking at the potential for negative effects on winter on Chinook salmon. And those are parts of the conclusions that I have for the different species, including winter run.
I'm sorry. What are parts of the conclusion?
The potential for negative effects.
Okay.
So I was simply trying to get across. I haven't necessarily looked at it in terms of more likely than not, I think was your question.
Perfect. And all right, thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Mullen, if we could go down to page 10. And actually, let's start at the bottom of page 9 in line 8, just to orient Dr. Greenwood. So this paragraph 12 deals with the North Delta hydrodynamic effects. This is the so-called habitat mitigation related to Chinook salmon. And then if we could go to the following page, page 10, please. Is this habitat or this mitigation that you're describing is titled tidal habitat restoration to mitigate North Delta hydrodynamics? Can you define what habitat means in that title?
Sorry, in the title?
The name of the mitigation.
Oh, tidal habitat restoration?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Tidal habitat restoration to mitigate North Delta hydrodynamic effects on Chinook salmon juveniles. I just want to know what habitat means in that context.
It means, I guess, abiotic and biotic characteristics of places that fish can occupy.
Okay. For this tidal habitat restoration that you're referring to here in paragraph 12, is that intended to be usable habitat for Chinook salmon?
That's not the primary intent. It certainly could be, but it's not the main. That's not the main intent for this particular restoration or mitigation.
Is it your, I'm sorry, is it your opinion that this particular restoration and mitigation will provide any direct benefit for juvenile Chinook salmon?
It could do, depending on the characteristics, and I think, and I believe it's mentioned in the ITP that given that there are various mitigation requirements for different aspects for even within a single species, for example, construction and operation, but then also across species, some of the same tidal habitat restoration may function. It may serve multiple purposes.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand this, because you criticize Dr. Rosenfield for, at lines 2 through 3, appearing to confuse the purpose of the mitigation as intending to provide direct benefit. Is that a purpose of this mitigation?
this particular mitigation doesn't have that as its primary. It's not this particular mitigation that is not its main purpose.
Is it
Like,
a purpose?
It may be a purpose, as I mentioned, given the potential for a given extent of mitigation, for example, acreage of tidal habitat restoration, to serve for different functions or different requirements. It could be a purpose.
Okay, well, so it could be a purpose. It could be a lot of things. I want to know if it is or is not a purpose.
For this particular mitigation, the main purpose is to offset the potential negative hydrodynamic effects.
Based on your professional experience, is influencing hydrodynamic effects something that benefits Chinook salmon in these areas in the Delta?
That is something that is intended to do so based on redirection of tidal flow away from particular areas that then would relatively increase the riverine influence in other areas. That's really what this is the main purpose for. And so I've seen evidence for that in modeling studies of the Delta.
And when you say evidence for that, what are you referring to?
I think your question was sorry, what was your question again from the prior question? Because I think it was something along the lines of, have you seen positive effects or benefits? That was really what I was meaning to refer to when I said that.
Okay, so I guess I'll ask it a little bit differently. In this paragraph here, in paragraph 12, you cite to Dr. Rosenfield's testimony, various different places. Is there any evidence cited in your declaration that influencing the hydrodynamic effects of the kind that is the primary purpose of this mitigation measure benefits Chinook salmon?
Objection. This is outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony. This is not about Dr. Greenwood's opinions, as we've already done this. This is responding to direct arguments that were made by Dr. Rosenfeld and clarifying. This goes far beyond the scope.
Mr. Busher, can you run the question by me again?
I want to know if there's evidence in this declaration that Dr. Greenwood has provided that the hydrodynamic effects, offsetting hydrodynamic effects as this mitigation provides, benefits Chinook salmon.
And you're wondering whether it's addressed here in this
Yeah.
testimony?
Then it's outside the scope.
Overruled. I think Dr. Greenwood can clarify what is or is not within the testimony here.
So Mr. Busher, just to clarify, your question was regarding, do I cite evidence here for this type of mitigation offsetting? Is that
right?
In my rebuttal testimony document, have I cited that specifically?
Correct.
I would have to. I don't recall offhand if it's here or if it may be in my case in chief. If I mentioned that at all, I think I would need to look back at either the description of the mitigation or else perhaps even to prior effects analyses that are in the document to really to see if that is specifically cited. But essentially, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, with the restoration of a tidal area, the intent is to redirect tidal energy away from particular salmon migration pathways, therefore increasing the riverine downstream flow influence in those, basically to offset the potential negative effects that the Delta Conveyance project diversions would have in that regard.
based on how the water moves, not the characteristics of it as usable habitat or biotic or abiotic features, correct?
That's primarily.
We scroll to page 11, please. Paragraph 15. Do you have an opinion about what the effect, the near field effect of DC diversions will be on white sturgeon?
I would probably have to look back at the effects analyses to really, summarize what I considered about that. I think generally speaking, I talk about the risk of that there is some risk of entrainment. There's limitations in terms of the percentage of flow that can be diverted during times when there may be risk of entrainment. I think I speak to, the low approach velocity being protective based on the available studies that I've looked at velocity and the risk of impingement for the larger life stages that aren't at risk of entrainment. So I think I would say there is some potential for negative effects, but it's limited.
Do you think that potential negative effect is 0 or near 0?
Objection. Again, this is outside the scope of the testimony. This is rebuttal testimony to Mr. Busher's witness, not a time to redepose Dr. Greenwood on all of his previous opinions that he's already testified to.
So
Please.
lines 12 and 13, Dr. Rosenfield state is Dr. Greenwood's response to Dr. Rosenfield's statement that there are assumed 0 near field impacts on white sturgeon. He called that a mischaracterization. I want to know if his opinion is whether the potential negative effects on white sturgeon, near field negative effects on white sturgeon, are 0 or near 0.
I think
I'm sorry,
that's
again, this is not in the scope. He's saying that he mischaracterizes, inappropriately assumes that that wasn't evaluated, and this testimony talks about how it was evaluated, not Dr. Greenwood's opinion.
I am going to
So-
allow it. That
Go on.
seems very
Thank you.
difficult to parse. So Dr. Greenwood, please.
Mr. Busher, just to clarify, your question was, is my opinion that there's 0 or near 0? Is that how you stated
Yeah,
it?
if the potential negative near field effects on white sturgeon are 0 or near 0.
I think, just so I can give some context back to what I was rebutting, really, was that Dr. Rosenfield had stated 0 near field impacts, and that wasn't consistent with the analysis that was done. The analysis, I think, says that there's potential for negative effects, not 0. As I stated earlier, we do talk about the risk of entrainment, giving some context as far as the percentage of river flow that's diverted. If you could scroll, Ms. Mullen, to the next page a little bit. So we give context, for example, in terms of the percentage of larvae entrained through the percentage of flow diverted, and then speak to the fact that it would likely be considerably lower than the percentage of flow diverted because of the low approach velocity, as well as the T-screen design, which is, I think, discussed in more detail in the ITP application, page 4-115. So going back to the original question, I don't think zero I'm not sure how I'd really characterize near zero, but I think limited. But as I note here, this is something that will receive more study as a requirement of the ITP in terms of assessing entrainment, and that ultimately that will be something that needs to be looked at with the life cycle model in development for white sturgeon.
Thank you. We go to page 18, please. And Dr. Greenwood, at lines 10 through 17, get that on the screen. There's a sentence that starts as I previously noted. Do you see that on the screen there?
I see that.
When you say, I do not address general system-wide topics raised by Dr. Rosenfield or others, can you explain what you mean by general system-wide topics?
I think particularly in this context, I was thinking about the example I give here is on the unimpaired flows that Dr. Rosenfield had mentioned, and I think broadly speaking, sort of the flow criteria, for example, delta outflow, that type of thing, for which, as I note there, that the specifics are a bit uncertain at this time. So really I'm focusing in on the effects of the DCP in relation to the point of comparison that we had for the analyses.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, if we go to the top of the following page, page 19. At lines 2 through 4, you describe that, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Schreier as well. Mr. Schreier provided you with an updated version of the statistical analysis conducted by CDFW that includes the years up to 2024. I assume this is in relation to figure 1 below. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Or this figure, yeah, figure 1. Has that analysis, the updated version, been published or accepted for publication in a peer-reviewed journal?
I'm not aware of that being accepted for a peer-reviewed journal. Don't know, Brian, do you have any knowledge of whether that type of thing has been?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And is that analysis provided along with your testimony, either one of you?
Sorry, analysis in terms of
the updated version of the statistical analysis. Can I go download that from something that you all submitted?
this is the updated. This figure is the updated. This is the results of the updated version. Are you meaning like modeling code or input data, or just?
Let me try it this way. Is there
I'll
anything
note that
other than this? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just to point out that there's a footnote here that contains the confidence intervals and the significance of the relationship.
And I think a footnote that also describes the source information, but
okay.
If you mean Mr. Busher, for example, code to generate this, I don't believe that's currently mentioned specifically or included, I should say.
All right, and I appreciate that. So if it's not in the figure or in what is described in footnotes 21 and 22, there's nothing else that's been submitted that I'm missing and trying to look at this stuff.
No, I believe this is everything that we have here.
Thank you. Why does the climate shift era start in 2013?
So this was using a characterization that CDFW had used in I think it was a technical memorandum relating to the fall midwater trawl abundance index. And so that was their choice, and I think that was, well, I can't say for certain. I'd have to look back at the original memo to see if it was mentioning a specific rationale. But what was done here was just to be consistent with that timing that CDFW had used.
And Ms. Mullen, if we could scroll down so we can see the figure. Perfect. Thank you. Dr. Greenwood, do I read the chart correctly that abundance is lower in the post 2013 period than in the prior periods as a general matter?
I would say as a general matter, it tends to be, obviously there's some overlap there, but the lowest couple are certainly within that climate shift, and several of the other ones are within the climate shift. So generally, I would agree.
And is it also generally correct that abundance has decreased over time from 1967 through 2024?
I'd have to look back. I mean, certainly relative to the earliest years in the time series, generally it's lower and more in the most recent regime that you see on that graph, but there have been some fluctuations within that.
But as a general matter, right, the red bar is darker, or is above the green bar, is above the blue bar, is above the purple bar, right?
That's correct.
Okay. In your opinion, do you believe that delta outflow has never affected longfin smelt population abundance, or just that the most recent period has changed?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah. Do you believe that delta outflow has never affected longfin smelt population abundance, right, in 1967 forward, or just that the most recent 2013 forward period, that effect has changed?
Subjective to relevance, as this this question has nothing to do with impacts from DCP, and the purpose of this chart was to talk about the scope of Dr. Rosenfeld's flow relationship.
Overruled.
So,
It's relevant to me. So please, Dr. Greenwood.
So I think the question was, I'm sorry, Mr. Busher, with that objection, I've lost it again.
All right. Yeah, sure. Let's try it this way. Can we scroll up to the previous page, page 18? At line 17 through 21, you describe the prior, what you call the prior regimes, that there was a relationship between longfin smelt abundance and delta outflow. Is that correct?
Generally positive relationships between longfin smelt fall midwater trawl abundance index and December to May delta outflow during various eras or regimes, as you say.
Okay. And then at lines 1 and 2, well, the very last line on this page, and then lines 1 and 2 on the following page, you say the most recent era, 2013 to 2021, did not have as pronounced a positive relationship, correct?
That's correct. That's what that says.
Okay. And then you go on to describe that when you update the data to include 2024, the relationship, it does not demonstrate a statistically significant relationship, correct?
That's correct.
And do I understand correctly that the lack of a statistically significant relationship is lack of evidence for that relationship as opposed to evidence that the relationship does not exist?
In statistical terms, it wasn't statistically significant.
So I'm asking, do I understand the statistical term correctly as I described it?
I'm sorry, could you re-describe it?
Yeah. So I want to know if your opinion, based on this figure in your testimony that we just walked through, is that there is evidence that there is no relationship, or whether there's just a lack of evidence for the last 2013 period forward of the relationship that previously existed.
In statistical terms, the relationship, the correlation is not as strong as it previously was.
Do you agree that at populations of low abundance gives rise to higher level of variance in sampling like the fallout midwater trawl?
It can do. Don't know, Mr. Schreier, do you have any thoughts about that as well?
Well, I would certainly note that in the last few years, and I think if you scroll to the figure, you'll note that there's a couple of data points, the triangles, the purple gets washed out there, but up in the pink, there's a couple of triangles that represent, I believe, more recent years since 2021, where we've had some of the higher abundances of longfin in the fulminary trawl index, I believe in the last 15 years or so.
Okay, so let me try you then, Mr. Schreier. Do you agree that populations of low abundance give rise to greater variance in the kind of sampling like the fall midwater trawl that's used here?
As a general matter, I would agree with that, although I don't know that I'd characterize lungfin smelt as being at that level of low abundance to be worried about that kind of effect.
Okay.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, is this a good time for a quick afternoon bio break?
Yes, I think it is a good time unless, Mr. Busher, did you have, more on this? Or are we ready to?
I'm done with this figure, so now it's a
That
perfectly
particular
fine
figure?
time to
Great,
take a break.
perfect. Let's go ahead and take, we'll do 6 minutes. Well, let's do 10 minutes if we need actual rest. Come back at 3:59. Thank you, I can do math. 3:59. All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And I will see, we need our witness and to make sure DWR is with us. Welcome back, Dr. Greenwood. And the others, thank you. And we have the attorneys. Back to you, Mr. Busher.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we go to lost my page. Paragraph 23 on page 20. At lines 13 and 14, 13 through 15, you cite 3 different tables from the ITP application that I think Dr. Rosenfield also cited. Do you agree that all of the results in those tables reflect declines with the DCP?
They are lower lower abundance indices for the DCP scenario based on the modeling results compared to baseline. I'd have to see the tables again just to remind myself if there's I think it's characterizing it as lower. So I think it's lower in the different water year types, but I'd probably need to see the tables just to check. But generally speaking, lower under DCP compared to baseline by those amounts that we see there summarized.
Okay. Do you think that the ITP application's analysis showing lower abundance as compared to baseline with the DCP was incorrect?
No, I believe those were the results from the ITP application. So I think that accurately reflects the results from the ITP application.
Okay. And those tables in the ITP application, and I'm happy to pull them up if you need to, were there any environmental variables other than flow used in that analysis? And by flow, I mean delta outflow.
Well, there are several different variables that go into that modeling. In terms of, well, yeah, so delta outflow is one factor that goes in. Another factor is ecological regime era, if you like, based on the sort of nomenclature that we were just looking at in the figure 1 from a testimony, and then also a representation of adult abundance. So those are the different factors included in that.
Okay. And when we compare the with and without DCP scenarios in those models, do I understand correctly that the ecological regime or era is the same in both comparisons?
It's the same. It was assumed to be the most recent ecological regime from the models.
Okay. And is that what we were just looking at as the climate shift era?
Not for this particular model.
Okay, different.
It's I think it's called, the most recent one is called pelagic organism decline. So beginning around about 2003, if I recall.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And for the adult abundance variable in these models, is that also the same with and without project?
No, that differs. And so initially, it is the same at the beginning of the time series. So this is an analysis that's run over the full 100 years of the calcium delta outflow modeling that goes into it. And so the starting abundance index is the same. It's whichever of the different surveys that we're looking at there. This analysis is done once for fall midwater trawl, once for bay midwater trawl, once for bay otter trawl. And so there's a starting, each of those has the same starting abundance that's applied. And I think that was I don't recall if it was the mean or median for the most recent 10 years of the series that we had, which was maybe from 2013 to 2022. I'd have to look back at the methods just to refresh my exact recollection. But once the model begins its run through the 100 years, then differences in that what's essentially being taken as the adult abundance, which is really the abundance index from 2 years prior, whatever the difference would be as a result of differences in operations, for example, that would then differ as well in terms of the adult abundance going into the model. So you've got two different regime is the same for both scenarios for DCP and baseline, but the other variables would vary either as a result of a direct input from the calcium modeling or as a result of how the delta outflow from the calcium modeling is being reflected for the different operational scenarios, which would reflect different delta outflow under DCP and baseline.
And then that delta outflow impacts the abundance, which impacts the adult abundance 2 years later within the model, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a reason that DWR only used delta outflow to change that projected abundance going forward?
The outflow use of delta outflow, I think, was reflecting various studies that have assessed the evidence for different environmental predictors and the correlation, I guess, between delta outflow and abundance indices. So it was really reflecting those different studies, and that's something that's readily modeled and in calcium and would reflect a potential effect based on operational differences between DCP and the baseline. And this model also tried to reflect the fact that there's different hypotheses regarding different timings of delta outflow as well, as far as averaging period or summing periods, I should say.
All right, thank you. If we could go to page 22, please. Look at paragraph 25, lines 6 through 8. You say here that entrainment impacts are not necessarily additive and may be part of the relationship. In your professional opinion, is entrainment reflected in the outflow abundance relationship? Is it more likely than not that entrainment is reflected in that relationship?
I'm not sure about more likely than not. I think I'm just really responding to Dr. Rosenfield's opinion that entrainment impacts are additive to the effect of delta outflow. To the extent that there may be entrainment, that is something that could be correlated with delta outflow. So less delta outflow could be a time when there's more entrainment. So really, I'm just trying to get at the fact that it's not necessarily additive, that it may already be part of that relationship.
So I appreciate that, right? I mean, Dr. Rosenfield said entrainment impacts are additive, and your rebuttal is they are not necessarily additive. I want to know whether you believe they are not, in fact, additive. They are already included in that outflow abundance relationship.
I think you're asking it in a way where it just seems like yes or no, whereas I think I'm just saying that it may be, it's not necessarily the case that it's additive. It may be part of that relationship.
And you have no opinion about whether it is more likely than not part of that relationship.
I haven't really thought about whether it's more likely than not. I think based on entrainment impacts being limited, which I go on to speak about in subsequent sentences, you know, it may be, it seems like it would be you know, a limited portion of the relationship. So again, I'm not sure more likely than not, but I think it's probably a limited portion of that relationship.
And when you say limited, but not more likely than not, I mean, 1%, 49%, can you narrow it down at all from there?
I mean, I certainly wouldn't be thinking that it's approaching 49%. So it's hard to put I don't know about putting a number on it, but
okay. If we look down lines 12 through the end of this page, and really 12 through the end of this page, you discuss some studies by Kimmerer and Gross, and then Gross et al. Do you see that?
I do.
Is it correct that the Kimmerer and Gross analysis was done based on the operational rules that included the 2008 and 9 biological opinions for the water projects?
Let's see, so it was 2009 to 2020, so it would have included 2008 to 2009, and then it would also have included somewhat the 2019 biological opinions as well.
Half of a water year.
Half of a whole water year, perhaps, but the full water year from the perspective of entrainment risk.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
Go to page 24, please. Well, at line 5, and this is in the context of tidal habitat restoration for longfin smelt and other species. You say research is ongoing to understand the effects. Are you offering any opinion about what the current state of the research shows, or just saying there's more work that is being done?
I mean, here I'm noting that there is work ongoing to understand the effects on longfin smelt. I think in the subsequent sentence, then I give an example for effectiveness monitoring finding larval longfin smelt within restored areas. So it's certainly something that's ongoing. I don't know, Mr. Schreier, if you have any additional context on that.
I'll just add that there's a variety of work underneath auspices of the Longfin Smelt Science Program that are addressing some of this tidal habitat restoration utilization add as well that the in development of longfin smelt life cycle model by Fish and Wildlife Service also includes tidal wetland restoration as a specific management component of the model.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, is the sound coming through Mr. Schreier's microphone or is it only coming through Dr. Greenwood's? I'm just making sure for the transcript that it's coming through correctly.
I think I'm getting, hold on. I wasn't looking at the lights, but my team is telling me. Yes, it's coming through Dr. Greenwood's only, it looks like.
Okay, we will attempt to have Dr. Greenwood mute and try again with Mr. Schreier's microphone.
Did you, Mr. Busher, were you able to get the answer? Should we try
Yeah,
again?
I caught the answer. I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Apologies, just to verify, you hear through my computer?
Yes, now I can hear you fine. It's just when, but I think both are going at one overrides the other possibly. I don't know how that works. Thank you.
Can we go to page 30, please, Ms. Mullen? At lines 16 through 18 in paragraph 33, you describe shallow freshwater spawning habitat as compensatory mitigation. Is this, the primary purpose of this, meant to be usable habitat for delta smelt? Or is this also mitigation for hydrodynamics?
This is meant to be actual mitigation for freshwater spawning habitat. So I guess usable habitat.
Is it meant to be habitat for other species as well, besides delta and longfin smelt?
The focus of this particular requirement is on delta and longfin smelt, shallow freshwater spawning habitat.
Okay. If we could go to page 33, please. Lines 2 through 5, I just want to make sure I understand your testimony here. Your opinion is that the existence of starry flounder in places outside the San Francisco estuary or the watershed would limit any potential for population level negative effects on starry flounder in the ocean, correct?
I don't think I say things the same way that you just asked about. I just note that they are wide ranging and occur broadly along the coast, and so this would also further limit the potential for negative effects on starry flounder in the ocean and in fisheries, which I think was I was trying to respond, I think, to the way that Dr. Rosenfield had characterized the potential for effect.
And if we could scroll down to the following paragraph, paragraph 39, lines 11 through 13. You describe the, I guess, 11 through, I don't know, a little bit past there, 16 maybe. You describe the differences in March through May delta outflow as being similar or smaller between baseline and the ITP application as between baseline and the actual ITP, correct?
Here, I don't think I specifically mentioned the ITP application. I think you were asking about the ITP application. This is stating the differences in March to May delta outflow between DCP and the baseline for the ITP operational criteria tend to be similar to or lower than the differences between DCP and baseline for the final EIR operational criteria.
And that's correct. I apologize. That was my mistake. So this is as compared to the FEIR, the ITP allows for less reduction in delta outflow for the DCP, correct?
I guess in terms of application of the operational criteria for the ITP, with the modeling that was done, which is in this case calcium modeling, the differences in delta outflow between DCP and baseline tend to be similar to or lower than the differences for the equivalent modeling from the DCP for the final EIR.
Okay.
Operational.
But under thank you. And under the ITP, under that operational criteria, there's still a reduction in flows at those times, correct?
I'd have to look at the tables again just to refresh my memory in terms of reduction in flows. I think certainly there will be some, but these are tables by month, by water year type, and so I don't recall if there's a general reduction. I think there's going to be some differences depending on the water year type and so on.
Okay. Do you agree that a reduction in flow from March to May will tend to produce a negative change in bay shrimp abundance?
It has the potential to give a limited negative effect. As it states there, lines 16 to 17, the analysis that we had in the final EIR, which I think came out 2023, using prior published relationships, suggested that the differences were about 1 to 4% in abundance indices under DCP than baseline. I go on to note then lines 19 to I think the end of the section that in examining more recent data that statistical relationship was no longer statistically significant for California bay shrimp to delta outflow, which in that case I hadn't done that analysis, but the differences would be less than the 1 to 4% that was based on the prior relationship.
Okay. Did DWR rely on a flow abundance relationship between delta outflow and bay shrimp abundance in conducting its analysis?
Sorry, which certainly a relationship was applied in the final EIR using I think it was as it states there, sorry, published regression relationship by Kimmerer et al. 2009. Later, I'm just noting that when I've re-examined it, essentially conducting a very similar analysis as Kimmerer et al. With more recent data, that it was not statistically significant. But at the time of the DCP final EIR, that was the relationship. The published relationship was the one that was used.
Are there any other variables besides flow that DWR used to estimate impacts to abundance of bay shrimp?
I believe delta outflow was the only one that was used quantitatively. I think I'd have to recall. I'd have to refresh my recollection by actually looking at the final EIR. I believe there would have been some discussion perhaps of South Delta entrainment not being much for that species given the distribution. I'd have to look back again though. But I think, yeah, Delta outflow was that was the primary one. Again, given the prior literature that had looked at Delta outflow and the correlation of Delta outflow with the indices of abundance for that species.
All right. Can we go to page 34, please? Yeah. Lines 5 through 6, you indicate that any negative impact on bay shrimp would not be unreasonable. Can you define unreasonable, please?
I would say that it's really, if there is any negative effect, that it would be very limited.
If we could go to the final page of Dr. Greenwood's testimony, page 48, I think it is. You write that you reiterate your opinion that under the DCP or the DCP and its adaptive management criteria and mitigation measures will reasonably protect salmonids, delta smelt, longfin smelt, and green and white sturgeon. Can you define reasonably protect?
I think in my case in chief testimony, I gave a bit more of the sort of context around that, but it was basically assessing whether the effects, or the components within DCP that I mentioned, operational criteria, mitigation measures, adaptive management, but those are they're not having a significant impact basically. And for example, through the ITP, there'll be minimization and full mitigation of the impact. So I'm using these different pieces of evidence. I think you had only mentioned several of the first species, and then for the other ones, I was also considering the information considered in the EIR for the ones that weren't listed as far as less than significant impacts.
Do you believe the listed species are reasonably protected under the status quo?
Status quo, I don't really discuss status quo here. This is really just focusing on the DCP.
I'm just trying to understand what reasonably protect means in that context.
Here, it would be the potential negative effects as a result of DCP are not resulting in something that's unreasonably, unreasonable effects on the species. So diversions
and so I'm just trying to understand what that means in something that I can wrap my head around. Do you believe that the existing effects on the listed species are unreasonable, as you just used the word?
Well, existing is sort of that's our point of comparison for DCP. And so really I'm focusing on the DCP and DCP's additional effects or incremental effects on the species. So however we might express that as some of the different drivers on these different species that we've looked at.
So I appreciate that. You've described as the effects of the DCP will reasonably protect these species or will not be unreasonable on these species. And I'm trying to understand what that means, because I think that means very different things if you think the status quo is reasonable protection or not unreasonable than if you think it doesn't. So that's my question, right? Is the status quo, the listed species, reasonably protect?
Objection asked and answered to the extent that the witness says that he's able to.
Do you have anything to add, Dr. Greenwood, based on that additional explanation?
I don't I don't really have anything to add. I mean, like I say, I'm focusing on the incremental effect of the DCP. So additional effect of DCP on these species in terms of the different factors that we analyzed.
Understood. I think that's the answer you will be
I
getting.
think that is the answer. Fair enough. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Dr. Greenwood and Mr. Schreier. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Busher. Let me look, it's 4:30, so in some ways I'm wondering if this is a good time to break. What I'd like to do is get an estimate from others who will be cross-examining Dr. Greenwood so we can see where we are for tomorrow. It looks like we should be in good shape for tomorrow. I have Mr. Flanders or a representative and Mr. Spain or a representative. Is there any, I don't see them on the, oh, I do see them. I'm looking at the wrong list. If we can please elevate Mr. Flanders and Mr. Spain. Mr. Flanders, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Good afternoon. And I'm wondering if you have an estimate or a revised estimate as to the amount of cross that you have.
My estimate is between 25 and 30 minutes. So it's quite possible I could finish today. I would not be disappointed if we started first thing in the morning.
All right, good. Me too. Excuse me, Mr. Spain, do you have an estimate? I know it's a little hard not hearing all the questions, but do you have an estimate?
Yes, Hearing Officer Kinsey, maybe 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
And is there anyone else currently on the call who has questions? And we have a limited group here. All right, with that, I think I'd be inclined, I mean, it looks like our panel, we have terrestrial species, but based on the estimates we had previously received, I think there was only an estimate of 80 minutes of cross and 20 minutes for the panel, which should put us, with plenty of time tomorrow. So I'm inclined to pick up in the morning. Are there any objections to that approach?
No objections.
No objections.
Carol, please.
It's been a long
just
day for everyone.
point of clarification for that terrestrial panel. Could we give them a time to appear and be prepared?
Well, it sounds like we have 40 minutes, and then do you have roughly, and then do you have an estimate of redirect, Ms. Carroll?
Not yet.
Okay, so to some extent, it might depend on your redirect. I think it's safe to say that, well, I shouldn't say it's safe. I don't know. It's not going to be before 9:30.
How about 10 a.m.?
We can go with 10. That's fine, because we'll aim for 10 o'clock and not sooner. That sounds fine.
Okay.
With that, my intent is to give you a half hour of your day back. It's not much. Thank you very much, and I will see you at 9 o'clock. We are adjourned for